everyone, and welcome to another Utility Advisory Committee meeting. Thanks for attending all. So, Josh, we had everything posted for the meeting, okay? And so we have Greg Todd, Martin Riley, Ned Chamo, Larry Carr, Eileen Wilkinson, and we have Andy on the line. And so everybody is in attendance except for Howard. Excuse me for my pronunciations. Okay, so we will go to the first public comment period. So was there any thing that was emailed, Josh? Thank you. So I guess we'll just go to the phones, and the phone number is 702-589-9629, and we'll just give a minute or so for people to call in. Okay, again, the number is 702-589-9629. Okay, so not hearing any public comments, we'll close the first public comment. And we'll go to the first agenda item, which is for possible action. Approval of the August 10th, 2022 Utility Advisory Committee meeting minutes. Did anybody have any comments on the minutes?
I had just one. I noticed that I looked, because I was in attendance at last month's meeting, and I was shown as being in attendance, but then all the votes had Greg Todd's name in place of my name. So all the votes need to probably, it's not a big deal, but probably to just make it correct.
I guess I didn't see that, so.
So just on all of the votes that took place where they have the names listed, mine should be in the place of Greg Todd's because I was here.
So his is double?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, he wasn't here last. Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. Easy mistake, no big deal.
Yeah, no big. Yeah. Okay, did anybody else have anything? Thanks. Gotta look a little closer. Okay, thank you. So I make a motion to approve the minutes with Ned's comments.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody? Aye. Thanks, Andy. Sorry about that. Anybody not in favor, say nay. It passes unanimously. So then we'll close out that. We'll go to the next agenda item, presentation offered by the City Manager Taylor Tedder regarding the city water's conservation efforts.
Good afternoon, Chairman and committee members. I'm Taylor Tedder, your City Manager, and today I'm going to walk you through a high-level overview of all of the water conservation efforts that we're trying to do here at the city, and look forward to your questions and comments. Thank you. So as you know, the Bureau of Reclamation announced the declaration for Lake Mead in the lower Colorado River Basin last year, the first shortage in history. And several weeks ago, they also announced a second stage shortage, which was an 8% reduction, which equates to about 8 billion gallons reduction for the Southern Nevada region. That translates to 25,000 acre feet. a year, which is the Nevada state consumption is on track to use about 240,000 acre feet a year. So that's below the 275,000 acre feet allotment. So that is good news, but that leads me into why the city would be interested in doing water conservation efforts. So we want to lead by example, and
Taylor, I'm sorry, do you mind if I go per
that'd
per
be
slide?
great. Sure.
Okay, so also on the top part, we also been hearing a lot about the government might ask for 2 million to 4 million acre feet of water to be reduced on the Colorado River. So has any more been said on? I haven't seen specific, because I guess you're looking at 20 to what, 40% reduction in each area. I should say each section, so being Nevada, California. So just seeing if that comes to fruition, is that going to affect us? I didn't see it in the slides. That's why I was asking, maybe as we go through, if we know that we would,
Sure.
how big of cuts that would affect, because that was fiscal year 20 this year. This
So that's-
started in January, I would understand.
Right. So that starts in effective in January for last year's cuts, I believe. That's correct, Joe. So the further cut is going from 270. It's going down to 275,000 acre feet. But in my discussions with SNWA, I have not heard anything related to that. I know that the other states definitely have higher water usage than we do, and we're the only ones recycling our water, so I would hope that counts for something, but I have not received any information.
Yeah, because it's been in the paper quite a bit, but nobody's saying exact. And then 2 million and 4 million is a big difference.
Right.
And so it just depends on, 2 million, if everybody gets its cut, might not be a major, Boulder City might not see a major impact, but 4 million acre feet, we might. And I guess that would be what we're expected. So if I understand correctly, the states did give something to the government, Reclamation or the Interior, to state that they are willing to reduce it, but it'd be interesting to see if there's some type of reduction that's been shown. So that's why I know it'd be more in the future, but just something to look for.
Yeah, definitely something we can track. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
One other thing, I think that the total that we would normally get in a year, if everything was normal, is 10 million, isn't it? 10 million acre feet? I think that was the southern region's allocation, I thought.
No, it's 9.
Was it
But
9?
the southern, yeah, so it's 7.5 and then 1.5 for Mexico.
Okay, yeah, for some reason, from years back, I had the number for 10 million at some point, but apparently not.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's 9. And then,
Okay.
what I was understanding was that from Southern Nevada Water Authority, when they gave us the presentation, that they expected the lower Colorado to either take all of that cut or most of it, the 2 to 10, 4
Right.
million. So that's
Right.
why could be a big, so I would imagine, yeah, California and Arizona would take, but it's still, would we be looking at, Nevada be looking at a 40% cut, or, what is it? And how soon? Because if it's starting January, that's pretty quick.
Right.
Because I believe that's and so it's just, I guess the government's still trying to decide what they need to do, but we've got to try to keep some water in the lake instead of draining out. So if they keep it what's in the 24-month study, which is related to that slide, will not reduce the going towards Deadpool. And I think that's, a lot of the papers are writing that. I was just down in California. It was a big article in the Los Angeles paper about the Deadpool. And so that's what as we go through, it's just sort of something to think about. So,
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, and we're definitely trying to track and receive all the information that we can from our partners. And of course, the hydropower is very important to the city, so. So one of the first things that we're focusing on is turf grass removal, which is focusing on non-functional turf, which is a term that the water authorities come up with. But we've hired a firm, Raythert and Southwick Landscape Architects, to review the municipal golf course and parks. And just last month, the City Council approved removal of 721,000 square feet of turf, which should reduce water consumption at the municipal course by 13%. But really, that's just kind of a baby step to getting to where we need to go. I'm sure, as you're aware, the golf course water budgets were cut to 4 acre-feet a year, and that goes into effect next year. So we have a lot of work to do related to that, but I'll get into that in a minute. We're also evaluating all of our city facilities, and SNWA is helping us out with that, so that's no cost to us. And we'll be looking at starting a future turf removal candidate sign program, so little signs in the areas where turf is proposed to be removed so that the public can know and not be surprised. And we'll start that well in advance of taking it out, just so people are aware and can voice their concerns before it's taken out, because you can't really put it back. And then we're also working on conversion to warm season grasses in our parks from the cool season grass.
Just out of curiosity, then what is that gonna look, is it gonna go dormant in the winter, or is it just?
It would.
Okay,
Yeah.
so, because I know the Bermuda grasses do, I didn't, so is that gonna be a problem during the winter, any of the winter activities?
From what we've understood from other municipalities that have done that, it hasn't been a problem, and then it comes back really full.
No, because I'm just, when if you got something in the park and you got a lot of people walking on it and it's dormant, sometimes you could end up with holes in how it come back. So it's what you have to do, and I understand. I was just curious.
Yeah.
On some of them.
And then we just released an RFQ to look for a landscape architect to come up with a plan for outside of City Hall, looking at redoing the landscaping in the front, removing the grass there on the side, and then there's a little bit of grass between the Parks and Rec building and here that's never used, so that would also be something that would be looked at. So this is just to find someone to come up with a design, because we want it to look really nice and have plants, but also be water smart and kind of serve as that example that the city needs to set the example. We don't want water running down the sidewalks, and we need to follow the new water rules that you recently reviewed as well. And then talking about our partners, so you're familiar with the Cascada Golf Course. So we have met with them, and they're committed to reaching the 4 acre-feet as well. They've done a lot of things in the recent 6 to 12 months. They've been converting to warm season grass in their several fairways, relining of ponds, things of that nature. And then I know that members of the public are anxious to see changes occur as we see the lake levels continue to drop. So we are working on rebates for all of that, so it'll probably, the first time that we'll be able to actually start removing things is January. And we also have to plan the new landscaping that would go in, so that's just a tentative date. And then for residents, we also have the water rebate programs through SNWA, and then Joe is also looking at supplementary programs through the city that we could further promote people to use the rebate program for rain sensors on their irrigation controllers, things of that nature, or turf removal too. So the city golf courses, so going from the 6.3 acre-feet to 4 is definitely achievable on the Boulder Creek course. Right now we actually have watered the native areas, and so those heads are going to be changed to 180-degree heads, so then that will no longer be watered. And then we've shut off 2 of the ponds near the Track 350 property, which are not needed for the irrigation system, and we'll re-landscape those to look nice. But that in its own, along with slight turf removal and conversion of the driving range to artificial turf where the ball hits, we'll be able to achieve the 4 acre-feet with Boulder Creek. The municipal course is another story with the wall-to-wall grass. That course is already over the existing water budget, just slightly. So we have a lot of work to do there. We are working with SNWA on that, and like I said, they've already authorized some turf removal there, but it needs a lot more. So we're in our capital budget process right now, and in combination of some of the ARPA funds, $2 million was identified for water conservation. There's $2 million that's unallocated in the ARPA funds that could also be used for that, and then $2 million from the CIP to upgrade the irrigation system at the municipal course, which would reduce water consumption by about 25 to 30%. And then with some turf removal and other adjustments, we would be able to get to the 4 acre feet.
Can you repeat that again? You said 2 million for water conservation of the ARPA funds?
Yeah, so $2 million that was dedicated to city facilities / water conservation. And then there's $2 million that's unallocated that could go towards this. And then $2 million from the CIP for financial year 24.
And that's the general fund,
Right.
general plan then.
And I've also received news from SNWA that there are federal grants that we can apply for, and that they have professional grant writers able and willing to help us. So that's exciting. So hopefully we can get some grant funding as well.
Just out of curiosity, so what type of time frame is that sounds, so both golf courses, is there sort of a time frame? It sounds like the Boulder City Creek is a little easier and faster.
Yeah, so the
And then
creek,
this-
the time frame on the creek would be, we're working on it now. But the municipal course will probably, that'll have to take place in financial year 24. And talking with Shaper Golf and Turf Tech, the people that run and take care of the course for us, it would probably need to be closed for a period of time to do that. So, like, I think we're talking about 3 months. Mm-hmm.
Because I guess, again, if it does, we get the drastic 2 million or 4 million cut, then the Boulder City Creek going from 6 to 6.3 to 4 should cover anything that Boulder City would need to do.
Mm-hmm.
The citizens still need, we all need to conserve, but at least we have ways to cut quicker than not, for lack of a better way to say it, sorry.
Yeah, so we're hopeful that we can get there, but it's just going to be a process. And when the course is closed, we've already had discussion of some kind of Friends of the Municipal Course deal that you could play one of the 9-hole courses at Boulder Creek.
Okay.
Yeah. So about 40% of our American Rescue Plan dollars, over $9 million, will be spent on water and wastewater projects in Boulder City, including some water conservation. So we have been in heavy negotiations and discussions and exploration with the Water Authority on reuse of the effluent here, so we can save that water. They anticipate they'll be able to bring back solid plan this, late fall. And then we are working with a landscape architect consultant to update landscape requirements for new development and parkway landscaping in town, so that would all be consistent with native or drought-tolerant plants. And of course, our landscaping division is planting more drought-resistant grass in parks. They've updated a lot of irrigation systems already, so that the water is used exactly where it's needed, but we want to continue that effort and make sure there's no overspray, and that's a really big deal since we have to follow the restriction ourselves before expecting other people to do it.
And exactly where have those irrigation systems been updated? What areas?
I know, I'll have to get back to you on that. So we've done some at Veterans Park, but I don't have the complete list in front of me.
Thank you.
And we are looking at reactivating the east water tank for raw water use. And then to help residents better visualize what they could do with their own yard, we are looking at doing an experiential landscaping project at ABC Park, kind of on the corner where there's the large grassy area right now. So we would have two different types of water smart landscaping with lots of plants to show people what they could do with their yard, and perhaps that would spur them to do that on their own. So we are working on that.
So a question on the east tank going to raw water. Are there transmission mains in place to be able to get raw water to it and then out of it to the areas that are going to use it?
So Joe will have to give you the specifics.
Yeah, I can speak on that. So yes, there is raw feed that comes from the east tank. It goes down to the Georgia area.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that. Oh.
So yeah, there's a raw line that goes to Georgia. So there is two locations to tap into raw.
Actually, ways to get raw water up to that tank then from
Yes.
where it's at now. So,
Mhm.
okay, well, that's good. I didn't realize that was the case. When I first saw that, I was wondering about that because it seemed like that's a lot of infrastructure if it wasn't, so.
Right.
That's good.
So then we're looking more closely at keeping the raw line instead of converting it completely to potable? Or is that still in the planning, design, or looking at stage?
I mean, we're still evaluating the possibility of two potable lines. That's a significant insurance cost. It's basically insurance, right? If we lose our one potable line, so it's a pretty significant ongoing cost. So if we could just really shore up the one potable line that we've got, make sure that that's reliable and good and secure, it may not be necessary to have two, and take advantage of the cost savings from the raw line, since we're continuing to pay on the debt and it's used for irrigation.
Well, we had talked about looking at, a couple different options with using the raw line and just making it so it can be converted during emergency, then converted back. And so I just wonder if there's an update, or would be an update in a couple months or something.
So there's not an update on whether we can convert it back. So I think once you convert it, you can't.
No, what we had talked about was we wouldn't convert it and then convert it back. I'm sorry, I explained it wrong. We had talked about, actually, Ned had brought it up, that we would possibly put in different valves on either side, and if you needed to use it as a potable water, you'd flush it, do whatever it took to get it to be usable for potable. You'd be able to run potable water through that, and then when you were done, you'd switch the valves back to raw, and that way you've got a emergency situation, but you don't have a cost of a brand new line, and you don't lose your raw line.
Right.
So at one of our meetings, we put in a motion to evaluate that scenario, and I was just wondering so being a part of the conservation, if that was gonna be coming back to the committee or not.
Yeah, that'll come back to the committee. SNWA is, we're working with SNWA on that
Okay.
to see if that's a possibility, if the Nevada Department of Environmental Protection will allow us to do something like that and
Okay.
convert back to potable.
Yeah, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And we're also engaging in water smart landscape on projects that we're doing. So the intersection over across from the National Park Service, that'll be redone soon. And with the median and some of the landscape area, we'll be looking at artificial turf and some metal plants. So that'll be a different thing to see for the community. And public information. So we are really trying to get the word out about all of the changes that you've already reviewed related to the flow of water into the gutter, the pool size limitations and all of that. And we've also created a new webpage at bcnv.org/water. So anyone can go there, learn about our recent efforts, and we'll continue to update that and make sure everyone can access the information at any time. And people can also report water waste on SeeClickFix, and those come through quite a bit, and and we go out and get them fixed. And then people can also learn about their watering schedule on our website and SNWA's website. So, yeah, that's what I wanted to share with you today, and I'm here for any questions or comments, and appreciate your time.
Anybody have any comments, questions? I guess I have one additional one relating to the turf. So you guys still studying? I believe, I can't remember if we confirmed that the parkway was a good way to explain it, but the turf that is in some of the neighborhoods that's between the sidewalk and the street. So my understanding was trying to figure out who was responsible for removing that and when possibly, because that's got to be all removed by the 2027.
So it doesn't actually have to be removed, it just has to be, can't be watered. So the turf doesn't have to be removed, but the law says that just after the end of 2026, it can no longer be watered.
Right, so but if you let it die, then that's just gonna, I guess, Greg.
Guess I don't have a mic. Okay, does that mean we can't use gray water on the parkway turf? Out of our laundry system?
That, I don't know the answer to that question, if we can,
Well, I'm saying, we're talking about this, I've missed a couple meetings, but the last one we were at, we were talking about new homes and new residences having a gray water recovery system put into them.
right?
And so why can't the existing homes, if they have capability to do it, use gray water to water their parkways?
Yeah, I mean, that can certainly be looked into. I just know with the law with AB 356, you don't actually have to remove the turf, and that was
But
the
you have to
point I
let
was
it
trying to
die,
make.
and what I'm saying is that would be an alternative to letting it die, is reusing our gray water to take and water that turf.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to take a look at that, and really gray water systems as a whole, and exploring what we can do. So
Yeah, they're
That's-
actually, they did a reverse the locomotives in California and Los Angeles to where they're now allowing citizens to reuse their rainwater for watering and gray water for watering. They're mandating tanks to be put in the houses, all new homes.
wow.
So that's what I'm saying. We're behind the 8 ball on this stuff, but I'm saying that all new homes should have a gray water recovery system. There was a customer, a company that came in here a while back and was talking about presenting a program to where gray water can be recovered for watering landscaping. And Ned and I were talking about it, my other partner in this committee, and that it's doable and it's not too hard to do, but you have to plan for it in your plumbing system. Okay, so that's what my proposal was, and we said that it should be done on all new structures. In other words, any new homes built in Boulder City need to have that option. You can always dump it down the drain and then recover it through the sewage system, but I'm saying gray water is now a methodology to water plants and irrigation.
Wow. Yeah, we'll definitely take a look at that. But back to your question, so anything from the sidewalk to the curb is it's the city right away. So that would fall into that.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm just, so in the public information, then that's something you can get out to make sure
Right.
the public's,
Yeah, and we're trying
citizens are
to
understanding.
come up with options and solutions before even, talking about it. So we're trying to come up with some solutions for people that would be effective.
Yeah, I think people have been reducing it over the years, 'cause the more you go out, you see less of it, but it's still, you don't want to surprise somebody with saying they have to do something more, just let it die. I guess that's it, they just can let it die, but it's still something to be a surprise to somebody.
Yeah, and it really depends on what part of town. So in the avenues, you see it, maybe every third house there's grass there, and but over, a lot of neighborhoods have the sidewalk right up to the curb, so there it's not an issue. But yeah, it's
Yeah, it's probably like only a third or less, even a third's probably is saying, but it's the older section, so any newer section pretty much doesn't have it.
So I assume that will probably encourage people that have to take out the grass to continue to water the trees that are in those parkways where there are trees, I would think, and unless they have to take the trees out.
do trees
as well,
fall
I
into
don't know.
that?
No, actually, it's encouraged that trees remain
Okay.
for reduction of the urban heat dome.
Right.
Yes, that's actually, he's got a really good point. So if we just said you can let it die, then some people wouldn't be thinking about the trees. So it might be a project that everybody needs to work together with to make sure we save as many trees as we can. Because if you look in a lot of areas that have put in, and the Maples seems to be one of the big ones, that they put a lot of rock in, they lose some of the trees. So some people aren't really understanding what needs the extra watering
Yeah.
the tree still needs.
And the
Yeah.
education of needing a grid if, it wasn't grass because the roots go out to
Exactly.
Yeah,
the
it is.
side.
It is problematic because those roots are used to getting water from the entire area, and then if you confine that down to a 3 or 4 foot area around the trees are gonna die if they don't do something different about that.
Okay, thank you very much for the update.
Yeah,
Appreciate
thank
the
you.
information. Okay, so we will close out agenda item number 2 and go to agenda item number 3, update on the ongoing capital improvement projects and utility fund capital.
All right, we'll get the screen uploaded here with the dashboard here momentarily.
As we're getting that, Joe, as we go through, one of the comments, would it be too hard for some of these programs that have been extended to years out? For instance, I think it's Circuit 63 and Feeder 14. Circuit 63 goes out to 24, Feeder 14 goes to 23. And so as you go through that, we've got it that it's in a planning stage. But if we could say, well, in planning stage to be started work or something in fiscal year 26, to know it's not going to happen anytime soon.
Can you repeat that for me?
Okay, so on some of the projects that are ongoing right now have been extended. So in last year's capital program, 5-year program, they were extended out into future years.
Right.
And so Feeder 63 was one of those, Circuit 63, 64, and Feeder 14, 24 was two of the main ones that still show on the capital. And so in the capital report and in the dashboard, you've got information on it, which is great, and I appreciate that. But like, for instance, it's in planning. And so if we had just another information showing that they've been pushed out to other dates, and as we go through it, I'll explain it, but I just thought while we were waiting, I'd just explain as we go through things, things that might be helpful. So again, ones that have been pushed further out
Sure.
would be helpful to know that they're not just in planning forever.
Oh, yeah.
They're in planning for a couple of years, or they're planning, and then once the planning is done, then it's planned to execute them or whatever in a specific year.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, every project has a planning phase, and then it goes, from there to design, construction, execution, and closeout. So we've prioritized the projects and, worked with the committee on previous prioritization efforts. So we're in the next agenda item, we'll get to kind of the 5-year capital plan, and we can talk about priorities and when projects will be executed. But yeah, if it won't stay in a planning stage indefinitely. We're working on these as hard as we can, as soon as we get to them. Whether we have the resources in-house to do that, or whether we contract that work out, or whether we augment that with temporary contract services here, we're looking at all those options to get these projects to the finish line.
When we get to it, then I'll show you what I'm talking about.
Okay.
It might just be just a notation of push to fiscal year 24 or something like the 26. So it's just a quick little note that might help us.
Okay, so we can get started here. So here's your kind of overview look. Let's see here. Got all the projects, and did you want to focus on one particular fund first as we go through? You want to go line by line, start with electric, or?
I'd like to go line by line if the
Okay.
committee's okay with that.
All right, so we can start with, let's just start at the top of the list there, Red Mountain Distribution Line. So that's project E2202. the physical construction of that has been completed.
So actually, so if you're, I don't think you're at the top of the screen. I don't think you're at the top of the line items. If I look over and see the tab, I think you've got quite a bit above that.
So we got all projects are selected, but we've highlighted, okay, you
that's-
want to start at that?
I'd appreciate that, because that's
Okay.
where some of the stuff is happening that is gonna be pushed out, or just so I understand what's happening with that.
Sure. So starting at E1901, feeder 63 to substation 3 tie. So 100% of the in-house design has been completed. That's in the final review process, where that's going to get a bid package put together that will be brought to council for that, and so that will be an FY23 start for construction. Any questions on that project?
Go ahead. So that's feeder 63, so that was where we had additional money put in from the capital for this year, and then it'll get started in this year.
Right.
So it's one of the ongoing ones that have been there for some time to get an additional boost for what was believed to be to help with inflation, to cover inflation costs.
Well, to
And-
cover the accurate costs that we got from the San Felipe Mendota
Right,
project, to kind of
right.
get, yeah,
And so that one's going, so I guess that's what some of these things is helpful, because they've been ongoing for a couple of years, and now we're either gonna do them this year, or we're pushing them out. So these are type of things that, some of them you can see that it's there, and some of them you have to sort of go back between the the capital program, 5-year capital program, and this document. So if we have just a little bit, like you just told us, this will start in this fiscal year 23, then it's helpful.
yeah, and I mean, that's what this update is for, to give you guys an update on status. So, and we want to make the status statement as succinct and clear as possible. So I think, right there it says 100% of in-house design phase completed, survey and geotech report complete, pushing to get project out to bid.
Okay, thank you.
So, and that's where we are with that project. So that's not years down the road. We're this fiscal year.
Okay.
So going down, feeder 64, Temple Rock reroute, just kind of clicking on that status. That was combined with circuit 63 to 64 tie, and we're currently reviewing the design. So this was a contract out design, and in the same vein as feeder 63 to sub 3 tie, looking to get this one out to bid with the bid package.
What is the project number that it was combined with?
E2103 Circuit 63 to 64 tie.
And so when we get down, so that's one of the ones that was moved out to 24. So just that statement there is good.
Okay.
And then once we go down to 63, 64, if we just show that that's been moved to 24.
Okay.
So we don't expect any work in this year. It's going to be pushed out. That's the type of thing so when we get down there, I'll push it. So that, by saying it's moved to the other one, then okay, we can go down to the next one, and then we understand what to expect.
Okay, very good.
Thank you.
Okay, moving down, we've got E1907 substation improvements. Construction complete on this. We'll move remaining balance to Substation 3 project for FY23. So this project was miscellaneous substation improvements, and as kind of previously mentioned, we're going to focus on Substation 3 as our first kind of major capital project, and then move on to substations 4, and then 5, and a little bit of 6 to get to that 12.47 kV conversion from the 4160. So this project is going to be moved to what would be the Substation 3 improvement project. Any questions on substation improvements?
Yeah, I've got just a few on
Sure.
those. I'm assuming, obviously you're taking the 4 kV system and you're spreading it into Substation 3 and in some extent 5 and 4.
Sure.
And so I can't remember, but it seemed like there was probably about 16, maybe 18 megawatts of 4 kV load, something like that, from what I remember. And I'm just assuming that there's gonna be enough capacity in the new Substation 3,
Mm-hmm.
and I would expect that 6 and probably 5 are probably pretty close to handling the additional, if you spread that 16. I'm not sure what the numbers are nowadays, but I'm hoping somebody has looked at all those pretty closely and making sure that, because we're not growing very much in the town, so we don't see a whole lot of growth, but I know we need to plan for growth in the future, but just making sure that we're not overkill on what we're doing, or if we
Right.
have a little bit of time, we can spread this out a little bit further if we need to.
No, and we're looking at that. You know, we've got a model kind of substation design that we would like to implement. If we kind of deviate from that, then we certainly can. That's a 33 MVA base MVA, and I think would really give us a robust system to handle the summer peak demands that we experience. So, and that would give us a real long life out of the use of that transformer, not taxing it beyond, but then also give us operational capability to do certain maintenance activities. So I think Substation 6 is the only one that we're not looking to implement that design.
Okay, yeah, because I was thinking I don't see much growth happening in Hemingway Valley. You don't have a lot of land left to do much with down there.
Sure.
And so you're probably pretty good with that, and obviously you want to be able to, with the circuit you're taking over to sub 3, you want to be able to back up some of that in case you lose. Well, you're going to have 2 transformers down there, so you got to basically transformer backup, but in case you lose transmission or something else, you want to be able to have some distribution that can take care of that.
Right.
So I would think you're good that way, but I just hope that that's what you're looking at down the road, is we don't just overbuild or to the point where we really don't need to, or at least wait a few years until we really need to do it, you know, as far as how the system's growing and how fast.
Certainly.
Larry?
Greg?
I've got one for you. I think that if we're gonna do a rebuild of 3 and some of the other ones, we gotta oversize the pads for the transformer. That would be a real big savings cost, because if we start going with EV total in the town for cars and various other things, we're gonna be changing out our transformers. If we build the pads to handle just the minimum transformer at this point in time, we're gonna have to go in there and take that transformer out in 5 or 8 years, jackhammer that pad out or modify it to hold more weight. If we do it now and we invest in it now, one of the ways we used to do it is we put heavy gauge I-beams in our pads with rebar going through them, and we always overbuilt our end beds, was what they were called, where we could also add a bigger transformer in the future, or reactor, whatever we were putting on that pad, and it would handle the weight. We wouldn't have to bulldoze the pad actually in that place, that we could just put the equipment on top, go again. So that's something I think I recommend.
Okay, appreciate that. Okay, very good. Any other questions or comments on substation improvements? All right, moving on. E1909, 4 kV to overhead line insulator. The construction is ongoing for this. An amendment was approved by council in May 10th of this calendar year. So this is being accomplished with the maintenance services agreement with Par West as we go. And part of that is the pole replacement project as well. So they've been kind of working in the Wyoming area, replacing poles. So you'll see them there. But part of the upgrade to the 12.47 kV is being done out of this. So
Is that pole replacement almost done? I mean, as I look around town, I see a lot of poles in the different neighborhoods, and it looks like they've done a good job of replacing most of them, and I don't know if there's a whole lot left to do. I was just curious.
We have an assessment report that kind of identified, where we are in the cycle and what poles are of most concern to us. So we're going in that, we're using that report to kind of follow. It was a assessment drone report out of a company out of Colorado that it did a pole assessments of.
Right, I remember that.
So,
but it looks like they may be getting close to the end, is what I'm saying, and I mean, just hopefully that's the case. So
yeah, and if they are, that would be, then they would move on to the transformer replacements and the insulators, and part of that project covers that.
Right, and I've noticed, and you may not know this because you're fairly new to that, but where they're changing the transformers out, getting rid of the old 4 kV transformers and going to the 72 or the 12 kV transformers.
Right.
Are they building the secondary? I mean, the feeders from the poles to the individual houses. Are allowing for future growth in those houses as people change from 100 amp to 150 to 200 amp panels as they do. You know, maybe you may not know that. But that came up, somebody was asking me about that, and it came up, and I was curious of whether they're changing those transformers out. Are they upgrading the transformers, upsizing them, or are they?
They are
upgrading
not
their
unless,
secondary end, or just how are they doing that?
yeah, they're not upsizing the transformers unless it's deemed necessary.
Okay.
So,
I know historically the town was built to handle electric heat in the wintertime and electric water heaters.
sure.
And now that we don't do that, most people, especially if there's gas available, they go to gas, and you don't have, and you've got heat pumps and things like that. So a lot of that sizing was done well back in the days, and the fact that we don't have to maybe go to lower, we don't have to go to bigger sizes because it was already big when they built it years ago, but now that technology's kind of gone up by the wayside, and we don't have to use as much per house as we used to. So,
Right.
and I'm assuming that that's probably what they're doing, is they're just sizing them with what they already have.
Yeah, just to accommodate that higher voltage, so we're not adjusting any capacity
No
unless,
KVA sizes or anything like
correct,
that.
unless a customer, a certain block kind of
Right,
deems
yeah.
it, then
Different
we
neighborhood.
would upsize it. If we had a particular issue with one string of circuits, or we certainly would upsize a transformer.
Mhm.
But the other reason you gotta upsize the transformer is that they put solar on the house. So we gotta be looking at as a town, community. If they put solar on the house, they're gonna be pushing it back into the grid, and the transformer's gotta be able to handle that push back into the grid. So we gotta look at several different angles before we make a comment that we're just putting back the same size. Cause as we try to go more solar in town, that's gonna cause an increase in the KVA of the pole mounted transformers.
We're neutral on the solar additions to town. We've got power purchase agreements where we go out and purchase solar. So we're neutral on whether folks want to put solar in. That's certainly up to them. We're not positive or negative on that. We want to allow them to do that, but we're not going to facilitate the encouragement of it. We're neutral on solar.
I understand that as a community, but what I'm saying is that if you've got a transformer sitting on a pole that's 25 KVA feeding 3 houses,
Yes.
and one of those people want to put solar on the roof,
Mm-hmm.
that has to be looked at as a possible increase in the KVA capacity of the transformer, because now we're backfeeding that transformer.
Yeah, and that is. And that's on a case-by-case basis, and if there's any capacity concerns for any customer in town or any voltage concerns, those are addressed, immediately.
Maybe we can talk about that when we talk about the IRP, so we can put it when we start at our goals.
Okay,
Because that's sort of looking at the infrastructure, and I think that will help. Is that okay? Thank you.
all right, so moving on, BC Tap to Buchanan overhead, that project's E2001 or E2001, 100% completed. So we've got two 69 kV switches that are operational, but there's a couple issues that are going to be addressed by the end of this month by our folks to get them, totally in line.
Those are the 69 kV switches on the existing pole line on Buchanan?
Yes.
Okay, just the ones that are coming up the street then?
Yep.
Are they just have gotten old and just don't operate, they
The-
don't close right or something like that?
There's I'm not sure if they're referring to the new ones that need to be hooked up, and we've got the switches in, and they're going to be installing new switches once the load comes down. That's what I think that note's
Oh,
referring
okay,
to.
that could be. Yeah, all right.
Any other questions on the BC Tap?
So then do we expect that to be closed? Is that got a lot well, it's September, so probably a few months then before we would see that it'd be being closed out?
Yeah, this should be closed out sometime this fiscal year. We've had an issue with the drawings, punch list, kind of coordinating that with WAPA. So we're going to sort that out with them separately. There was a miscommunication in scope and what the as-builts were going to be. So we got physical drawings completed from the contractor. WAPA was expecting complete, red and green, red and blue, markups for the city to provide that. So we're going to exclude that from the project and be able to close this out and work with WAPA separately.
Okay, I was just getting a feel. Thank you.
Okay, so moving on, E2009, unless there's any more questions on BC Tap. Okay, moving on, E2009, capital equipment purchase. So they're still investigating. See if I can pull up my notes here. So that's a boom truck. It's still underway. They're looking at several pre-owned units, and then the remainder kind of funds, if there's anybody left over for that, would look to be used in some form of a capital equipment purchase for the electric shop.
So what are they looking at buying?
A boom truck.
Boom truck, okay,
Yep.
thank you.
Okay, moving on. E2101. That's feeder 53 to San Felipe and Mendota. CG&B are continuing the trenching. That's the contractor working on that job. Conduit install is 70% complete. And then the in-house labor, our electric staff is going to do the cable installation at the end of this month once the load kind of drops off and we get into some cooler temperatures. That job seems to be going really well. Any questions on that one?
I'm actually glad to see that you're using our own crews to pull that cable and that, because that's something they can do and saves a lot of money.
Absolutely.
That's
Yeah.
great. I like that.
Okay, E2102. This is circuit 456162 tie. This is plan drawings completed by outside consultant. It's they're under review, so they're at 100% design on that job, and we're looking to get that one kind of going out to bid. Okay, moving on. S2103 circuit 63 to 64 tie. Same situation as 456162. Any questions on this one?
Well, that's the one I guess would be is nice. Can we just put a note in there that push to fiscal year 24?
You're talking about the construction to be completed in FY24?
Well, you've rebudgeted it as a 24 project. So in the working capital, and when we get to the 5-year plan, you'll see that it's part of the 24 plan now. And so I guess I'm assuming that we just, you would be working on the planning and the bid, but we wouldn't see any construction, at least the idea wasn't until the 24, if I understand.
That's correct.
So I just wondered, like I said, if just that way, so it's not exactly the same, because we would assume it would just be done if it could have been started in fiscal year 23, but your plan is to put it in 24. So with the way, we don't see that with those notes. And so maybe I'm being too technical, but it just seems like it would be helpful to put it pushed to fiscal year 24, that way it's clear.
Okay. Appreciate that feedback. Any other questions or comments on E2103? Okay, moving on, E2201, feeder 14 to 24 tie replacement. So that one we've got 50% design complete, and we're on to the geotechnical phase.
I can't, there's a reflection on there, so
Let me see if I can move that for you.
we jumped from 2103 to what?
Can we turn can that bank of light comes off, or do we not have control of a certain bank?
Is that helpful? Better?
Yeah, does that bank come down off or not? If that bank can be turned off, I think that'll work out great. Great. Is that okay?
Is that better? Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
So we were on 2103. What
Right.
happened to 2105? That's closed.
2105 is closed. You scroll down a little bit. Let's see.
And 2201 is
Pole
closed.
replacement program. That one's been closed, and again, any kind of pole replacements, if needed, they're being handled out of the 4 kV to insulator project.
Is that something we can be updated on a half-year basis or quarterly, or just say, hey, we've got so many polls done, or is that not easily accounted for with the way they're doing it?
Yeah, I mean, I can give you a number if that would be helpful.
Well, let's say because I'm trying to remember how many we had, so if we just say, we had, let's say we had 1,000 and we've got 500 completed, and then you just say on a quarterly basis, we've got another 100 completed, then when we get to the 1,000, we're done and we're great. Because right now, this has just dropped off and we'll never hear about the pull program again.
Yeah, it's been closed, so you're gonna continue to hear updates on any pole replacements if they're part of the 4 kV to 12.47 conversion.
And then the next one was 2201, the feeder 14 to 24 tie.
Yes, that's the one we're on.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions on this one?
On the feeder?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's another one, if you could put that it's been pushed off till, if I'm looking at the capital plan right, that's been pushed off to fiscal year 26?
Right, construction.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay, very good. E2202. Any questions?
So that one's closed out, and you just need to finalize some things.
It's not closed out. I mean, the project's been completed, so
I'm sorry, it's been
yeah,
completed, sorry, I said it wrong.
it will be closed out very soon. Okay, and the rest of the projects can kind of go 23 through 25. Those are in the planning phase. So we're still working with CRC through our mutual aid agreement on the Substation 3 rebuild. They're getting ready to send us specifications for the transformers.
Again, is it asking too much? So for Substation 3, 4, and I guess I'm not sure what we're doing on 5, but since we had in the budget for the transformers, can we just state if the transformers are being planned or if it's pushed out? Because that's one thing we'll talk about here, I guess, in a minute with the capital program. But instead of saying just planning, saying transformers are being reviewed or something like that, so we know we're looking at the transformers. That one's got a lot of data because that one's going to be in different stages, especially, I'm not sure if 4-wheel or not, but you've got the design, and you've got the purchasing of the transformers, you got the purchasing of some of the other equipment, and then you got construction. So planning in this phase, what we've been trying to follow is the transformers, and so I can't follow it that way. And it just then might remind you that that's one of the things that we would bring up during the meetings.
Sure. Yeah, and again, as I just previously mentioned, the transformer specifications are in review and ready to be hopefully soon submitted to the city of Boulder City by CRC, who we're using through the mutual aid agreement that we have that's in place.
No, I'm sorry, you did say that, and I appreciate it. I just was wondering, just saying something transformer stage or something like that up there, just a couple words to say, okay, we know, because that's been a big portion of this project.
Okay, moving on, unless there's any other comments or questions on Substation 3 rebuild. Okay, Substation 4 rebuild, nothing to report on that. The plan is going to be to complete Substation 3 in its entirety before moving on to construction of Substation 4. But certainly open to concerns with over designing and load and capacity like that. We want to make sure that there's, those comments are taken for sure. On the 3-phase and commercial meter upgrades, this ongoing project, working on getting the test equipment needed to test the meters, and then we'll be kind of finishing that up. Substation 5. Again, same comments I would have on Substation 4, and the budget you see is what was allocated for transformers. And then feeder 54, cable replacement. That's again in the planning phase, and once those other designs from previous years are finalized and reviewed, then we'll get moving on feeder 54. Any questions with electric before we move on to sewer? Okay, moving on. Okay, so sanitary sewer rehabilitation, construction is ongoing. This is kind of a general project. So we've got pretty small amount of budget available left, just under $40,000. We're looking to close this out soon with the work that is needed. Any questions on the sanitary sewer rehabilitation? Okay, moving on to the wastewater treatment plant Headworks upgrade. We're waiting for guidance from the EPA on a non-competitive grant to receive the matching fund. The matching funds. It's a 40% match, so city match 40%, and the federal government provided a non-competitive grant managed through the EPA. So this is a bar screen and grit removal project. So once the guidance is kind of out, should be this fall, that we'll move forward with that project. And then rehabilitate sanitary sewer manholes, that's 2103. We're looking to combine 2103, 2302, and 1901 in kind of a more general description moving forward, is just rehabilitate sanitary sewer, give us more flexibility to do sewer projects as we do water projects in line with RTC. So we kind of follow that 5-year no cut. So that's something that we're looking at. That project is ongoing as needed. There's a couple spots in town, Foothill area, and then the Hillside Park Street area that we're looking to use this project for.
I'm sorry, what numbers did you say again? I should have.
So all the sewer projects. So you got sanitary sewer rehabilitation, rehabilitate sanitary sewer manholes, and then you have rehabilitate sanitary sewer mains. So they're essentially very similar in scope. So we're looking to potentially combine those.
Okay, so yeah, they're different. I'm sorry, they are different numbers. So we have 1, 3, and then you go all the way down to rehabilitate. So 2302 now, is that the same thing? Or is that different?
Well, it's not, that's what I'm looking into doing. It's
Okay.
not, it hasn't been done.
No, I understand.
yeah,
I'm
it's
just
just
trying to understand so I can look at the projects.
Yeah, it's very similar in scope. So different, like a job could come out of either one of those sometimes, and it would affect both. So.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep. Lift station number 1 improvements. That's our highest priority lift station. We've gotten done a couple site visits with a couple contractors and shared some technical data with them. Odor control is our biggest concern at lift station 1. That project's in the planning phase, and we're looking to get a scope and feedback from a consultant to do the design recommendation on the odor control issues. The chlorine contact chamber, that's a project that's kind of on hold until a decision is made with the effluent reuse options. If we go with the direct reuse option and have a new wastewater treatment plant, it would be beneficial, could be needed. If we did indirect reuse, then a chlorine contact chamber wouldn't be worth the effort at our existing treatment plant. And then the concrete line aeration basins, similar, but in reverse order. So, it'd be similar in its entirety. If the direct reuse option is taken, then this would likely not be needed. And then moving on to lift station number 3 improvements. We've combined we're looking at all lift stations and a scope of fee from a consultant This one potentially could be, you know, a completely new lift station. So it could be, if that's the way that we want to go, we have a little bit of real estate just kind of northeast of the existing station. So this is the one that's closest to the lake, not in the street. Lift station 4 is submersible pump. That's kind of down at the end. Lift station 3 is kind of out in the desert area. Part of this, what we're wanting to do is increase security, but, you know, increase functionality. We've got 2 pumps there at that lift station. We're looking at adding, you know, maybe a maintenance pump. And so this particular location could be a candidate for a completely new lift station, just kind of northeast of where it's currently located.
So then this would be probably, you'd be able to utilize ARPA funds, and so you're trying to take advantage of that aspect, is that correct?
Yeah, we're trying to, you know, do what water and wastewater projects are we able to complete and add value. This one would be some different options, whether we retrofit or look at like a complete replacement. Could help in the outage time and the cutover. If you're able to put in a new plant kind of adjacent to an existing operational plant, could ease in issues with cutover.
So in the capital, then you might have in the next one, you might have an idea of how much more you're looking at if you do a bigger scope.
That's right. Yeah, when we get a scope and feedback from a consultant, they give us a kind of a design. You know, it's in the CIP to pay for that design, and then we just see, hey, when can we execute?
Okay.
Okay, talked about 2302 already, and then 2303. That's a low-hanging fruit project. We're looking to have a consultant do that. That's contractor do that job. And then 2304, Veterans Park wet well upgrade, looking at a consultant to design and plan that out as well. And then 2305 and 2306, those ones are, again, dependent on direct versus indirect. Oh, they're not. Okay, so those ones are going to be moving forward, looking for a design consultant, you know, to scope and feed those out. And
I'm curious, what was the wet well in Veterans Park? Where is that, and what does it do?
the wet well in Veterans Park.
Yeah, you said a wet well there.
Let's see. You have info on that? Hang on one moment.
Is that where they pump water from the lower sailboat pond up to the fish pond, or? I'm just trying to
Hold
figure
on.
out what that would be. It's not that big of a deal, I was just curious.
Yeah, well, I'll get back to you on that.
Okay, no
It's in
worries,
the sewer,
Should
so,
be in sewer.
yeah.
I was just trying to think what well would be down there.
Should be for bathrooms. Lower level bathrooms pump up. Depends on where the sewer main is.
And then the SCADA improvements, those are ongoing with the consultant. Any other questions in wastewater before we move to miscellaneous, I guess? Do we still have water coming down? Yes, yeah, UE, those are smolder type of projects. You have UE, UL.
The Arizona feeder, so are we about done with that, or?
Yeah, that one is essentially the work has been complete. So just have circuit 16 on our end to be done in-house, and then we'll be able to close that out.
Okay.
Because we'll encumber that with the materials we use for that project.
Okay.
Meter replacement. Okay, that's ongoing project.
Now, is that the water or the electrical?
That is, what's the number on that? UE183, I think that's electric. Yeah, it's electric.
So,
It's ready to be closed.
it's right.
Okay.
Is that where we're putting the remote read meters in, replacing meters so they can be remotely read? Is that what they are? I know a lot of the three-phase meters need to be rechanged in town. Maybe that's what you're talking about, three-phase meters.
Yeah, this one's an old project. It was just replacing the meters to the type of meter that we use now. And
Okay, that can be remotely read, probably.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense.
Okay, so UL, these are landfill projects. Landfill expansion. So for the landfill expansion, we've got, we're getting surveying information, and all three of the landfill projects are very similar in scope, but there's a phasing plan that was completed by a consultant to get us to that, I think it's 150-year life and with the permit. So that project, we're working on surveying the perimeter road, to get the kind of fence up near I-11. Issues with plastic bags and stuff like that. We had a new Southern Nevada Health District inspection, past that, but we were cited for concerns in both the overall cleanliness, and it was the bags from high wind events, and the recycling center as well. So that's all been cleaned up, all been remedied. So these projects are all part of the phasing plan. Any questions on the landfill projects? Okay, moving on to the water line to El Dorado Valley. So that's, kind of one for part of that tab settlement. I don't have anything to report on that. Now we're moving into water. Okay, W2006, copper service replacement. Construction ongoing. 92 services for golf course estates approved, and that's a separate project, 2302. And then also what's coming out of this is miscellaneous service replacements, which will be on the next council's agenda under consent. Any questions for the water service replacements? Okay. Moving on to the El Dorado Valley Line PRV design. So that project's in the design phase, being changed to the 14-inch line to solar field PRV design. Any questions on this one?
I guess make sure that, okay, so right now in the city manager report, it's located in two areas. So we have the El Dorado Valley for $250,000, and we have the 14-inch line at $600,000. So are those going to be combined to $850,000? Is that what we're saying?
No, hold on just a moment.
Okay, so there's the 14-inch line to the solar field, and that's W2306 for the 600,000, and that's replacing the PRV to the existing line.
Right, so, but I thought we just said that the El Dorado Valley Line PRV,
That
so
one,
that is 2008 was gonna be rolled over into the 14-inch line. Is it just gonna be renamed, or is the money gonna be rolled over also?
we're actually on that one, we're looking at redirecting to decide what they're gonna do with that. It will not have anything to do with the El Dorado Valley Line PRV. If we do anything, it will go with that 14-inch line. That's the only one they're gonna do anything to.
Okay. But so
Okay.
so right now you just have planned the 600,000, but you're looking at the 250 to see if it's needed there or someplace else. Is that what I'm understanding?
Correct.
Okay.
What the scope of the work is on that line. But as far as the El Dorado Valley, or the water line to El Dorado Valley, the -258, that's closed, that's done. That's the only thing in connection with the old line, or the new line, I'm sorry.
No, I understand, but so I'm just trying to figure out, we just said it was moved over, but nothing was said about the budget money, because nothing's been done with that project. on the 2008, and I was just trying to, so we have two projects, one with 250,000 that was budgeted, then we budgeted a new 600,000 for this coming year, so I was just trying to understand
Correct.
the different,
Those,
old project, new name.
when we get to
combined.
we won't, I'm not gonna combine them until we get a scope of work to make sure it's even necessary to combine it on those two. So if we're working on the same line, when we get a scope of work on, and then we can actually evaluate and say, do we just close the first one out because we don't need it? I don't wanna just move it over there if it's not necessary.
Okay.
So once we get a scope of work, we'll address that one.
Yeah, I'm just trying to follow. So-
No, that's good. Any other questions on those?
I'm curious about, now that you're bringing that subject up, are there two lines that feed down into the El Dorado Valley? I know there was one originally to feed to the, and then there was a second one, and there was a problem with the PRV on that second line, I guess, that they weren't gonna put in so we can't use it because of that. Is that right? I'm not
Correct.
sure what the
Second.
final outcome of all that was.
Well, I don't know if we can't use it because of that, but there are two lines. Yeah, I mean, we're looking at utilization of the second line.
Mhm.
I know SNWA is looking to have a switch yard kind of down in that area, so that's a viable option. They're saying they don't need water, but, we're gonna evaluate that for, if they have a control house or something, if they need fire protection down there. So,
So I was just curious, was the second line built because of all the solar plants that were being added in the valley? I know the first one was to feed the substations that were down there.
yeah, I don't know the answer to that question, but Greg Todd looks like he's very
Okay.
interested to speak. So I'll go ahead and defer to him.
I will defer to myself due to the fact that I was there when the line was built. There's
Okay.
only one line going down there to the solar farm, the gas-fired plant. The solar farm's tied onto that line.
Right, okay.
They didn't complete it on the back side where we built El Dorado switch. They were gonna tie onto our line, our private 14-inch line, and they were told no, and they got their hands slapped. So they've got piecemeal lines all the way around these solar farms, none of them never to complete back to the second source. The second source was put in and stopped just this side of I-11. That's as far as it goes.
So that's as far, it goes no further than I-11,
Correct, and
down
it was
the
capped.
highway.
It was capped.
Okay,
Okay,
so that's
and
what I
then-
didn't know, so.
And then you and I date back to this era, when they put the original line
Right.
in for the gas-fired plant, they found out that there was so much turbulence in the 14-inch line because of the pressure-reducing valve that was installed on that, because they undersized it. And when they changed the angle of the piping to get the PRB valve into that building, they caused so much turbulence in that it's cavitating the chamber.
Okay,
So
wearing
they
it out.
should oversize that on the next thing, but if they shut that PRV valve out, all they've got is a bypass. Then when they came in and built the highway, they didn't have enough water flow down there, so they had to build a pond. And the pond was fed off of that line, and when the plant was not running, needing water, they would divert the water to the pond, and they would pump the water from the pond up to fill the water tanks, the water trucks.
Right, for the building, the construction of the line.
So
of the
far,
pipe.
as of right now, the line is supposed to be intercepted at Copper Mountain 3 PRV device, which is just off the highway, where they tapped onto the line going to the solar steam plant, the solar backup steam plant, and they've tapped on there, and then it goes all the way down their property, and then comes around the back way, and it's supposed to tie in, but the whole total second line project has never been completed.
Okay, because it's always been a confusion to me, and still is a little bit, but it's making more sense, so.
You and I, when we were much younger, I was down there working in El Dorado Valley when they were putting that line in
Yeah, I
for that
remember that.
gas-fired plant.
Mhm.
And you were up here.
Yes,
And they paid for a good portion of that line.
yeah.
And it was to feed water into their pond that they built outside the facility.
At that gas-fired steam plant that's down there now.
Right, had a
yeah.
pond out there.
Mhm.
And they were gonna treat the water and utilize it because they found out that we tied them on to potable water. So they said, oh, we've already got potable water coming down here, so we don't need to use our ponds. We'll just hook directly onto the line and run the plant that way.
Okay. Anyway, it's a little bit clearer. I appreciate
Me too, thank you.
Appreciate the explanation, thanks.
Okay. So, project W2102, that's a PRV for the A line to the National Park Service feed. So we're evaluating that, trying to work with them to see if that's something that we can, and we've got a contract with them to provide. Yeah, so we can we're working with them on that to see if that's something that they can help take on. Reservoir improvements, this project's,
Quickly,
Mhm.
the descriptions talks about moving the money to Hemingway, and I don't see a Hemingway project. So is it going to be something related to national parks, or what does that comment mean?
I don't know, but we'll get that comment changed, so, I don't know what the comment means.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, you
But-
got it.
That particular project it was started in 21. And supposedly there's been discussions going on with the National Park Service for a year and a half now. Are we
Mhm.
anywhere closer to coming to an agreement, or?
No, we're working hard with the federal government to see if that's something that they can take on, and we would basically abandon that line and that feed, but since they're real close to the pumping plant and the treatment plant for S&WA right there, so I've got some. I'll put that on my queue to re-ping them to get moving on that.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I just remembered something. National Park Service is tied on to our domestic water line down there just below our last old boost station we used to have and run on the Park Service side. Right now, the water's flowing backwards from Boulder City down to the Park Service. We have a revenue meter on that system?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so are they part of our conservation program?
Conservation program and
Water conservation. If
Ye-
we're feeding water to them,
mm-hmm.
okay, do they have to reduce any water usage at the Park Service? Do they have any plants they're irrigating at their visitor center? Do they in other words, the problem I'm having with is this has been going on like we're talking about for 3 years calendar, over 3 years physical. And the last time I was down there at that old pumping station, that boost station we had, one of those pipes running through that building is ice cold. That's the water coming from Boulder City going down to the Park Service. Okay, now, they're getting potable water, we're metering them. Do they fall under Boulder City's conservation program?
I do not believe they do. Nope. So I don't think that they're in Boulder City. But I appreciate the comment.
Yeah, I think that's probably out of their Lake Mead allocation, and that's probably the way they look at that. They're
Yep.
not part of the Boulder City system. so.
No. And it goes all the way around the mountain range, follows the River Mountain Loop bike trail, That's it. Comes back, yep. So, yeah. One of those things. Anyway, so any other comments or questions on that one? Okay. W2103 was reservoir improvements, if I could say that. So in this project, looking particularly at East Tank, make sure we have the capacity there. It was pretty well deteriorated when they first evaluated it, so we'll certainly look and make sure there's not any issues with additional infrastructure needed to connect. If there are, then that's something that we would look at, what the cost and the benefit of that is. But the idea for this particular project is to get the municipal golf course prepared for its turf removal and potential irrigation replacement, and then convert from potable to raw. And so we would need the east tank in service to do that. So that's what the reservoir improvements is being used for now. Any comments, questions, or feedback on this project?
So that's completely different from what the original intent was for that project?
No, reservoir improvements is all of our reservoirs. So we've got, we've got Black Mountain, that's 10 million gallons. We've got different potable reservoirs, different raw reservoirs. So it's just the scope of that project is reservoir improvements. So we were able to utilize an existing scope project for a particular need. as well as all the reservoir improvements.
I was just curious too, I didn't realize that the east tank was out of service. Do you know how many years it's been out of service?
Yeah, I do not know how long it's been out of service,
I
but
know when I was here years ago, they actually went into that tank and completely sandblasted it and recoated the inside of it. And
Okay.
it was in pretty good shape, but that's why I was curious how many years ago it was taken out of service, because it was completely redone. They took it out for about a year and sandblasted the entire inside and relined it and everything, so.
do you
it has
remember
some
when that was?
Oh, it was probably about around the year 2000, something like
Okay.
that, I would think. But I remember when they did that. I was actually inside the tank when they were doing it. Yeah, it's probably about 20 years ago.
Okay.
So I'd be curious to see if it's still in really bad shape, because it was all new at that point.
Okay. That's good to hear. But to answer your question, Eileen, the reservoir improvements would cover like all improvements to all the reservoirs that we have. So you have potable, raw, Black Mountains. There's two there. There's a raw one and a potable.
Well, I know that when they did they did an evaluation, the infrastructure assessment,
Okay.
and so there was a particular, I'm trying to find it here, that improvement was supposed to be directed to,
Okay.
and I just question that if it's being taken away from what it was initially approved for.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I can help you, Eileen. From what I remember off the top of my head, so there's more to it, but there was several things with several of the reservoirs. So I think to help with Eileen, if all the money would go to the east tank and everything like that, there's still, my understanding, there was concerns with valves that were inside and outside of the tanks. And they're trying to evaluate what was needed to be done with all the tanks and
Okay.
all that stuff. So if all this money is used for one project, then I agree. I don't see anything else in here that is helping or going towards those other projects. Eileen has a very good point.
Okay. All right, moving on to W2104, replacement of the 8-inch butterfly valves. This is an ongoing project, working on it in-house, the design of it in-house. Some of it we can do in-house, and we're looking to see if we can get, some of it contracted out. Similar to the copper service replacement project, we're looking to get these programmed, take advantage of the ARPA funding that we have. A good example of part of this being used was the golf course estates. We ended up replacing a couple valves down in that area.
So this is they have been planned, the designs have been okayed, so now we're in this, just trying to figure out where the best start the replacement process. Is that what I'm understanding?
Yeah, any of the butterfly valves need to be replaced with the gate valve type configuration. So what we're doing is we're planning those out in conjunction with RTC projects. So they align with the 5-year no cut. So any kind of utilities or services for areas parts of town that need to be done, kind of keeping in mind, like particularly like the Girl Street areas. If you have to take that entire block out for water service, that the entire section of that town needs to be without water. So what we're looking at doing is like also adding valves in certain locations to where we can isolate less of the town for water service interruptions. But we're doing that in conjunction with the RTC projects.
Are there going to be enough RTC projects to get it done by 2024? Or we're just going to have to see what money? So the ARPA is 26?
26,
Okay,
yeah,
so we just
so-
have to, so we're obligating the money, the project, so we have to 26 to get it done. Okay, I'm just making sure I understand the rules. Thank you.
Okay, and then moving on to water meter replacements. So this project, I believe, is essentially complete. We've paid it out. We're just in the processing phase of the grant to make sure we get that 75,000 matching funds. So we're doing that with Reclamation, Bureau of Reclamation, to make sure that they've got all the necessary backup material to where we can get those funds.
So I guess I'll just quickly ask it here, and then it probably goes more in the capital, but I don't think we've extended this as a capital. We have the large meters, but we haven't extended this into the capital plan to go beyond this grant money.
We haven't. We can look at applying for another grant for federal fiscal year 23, and then look at the timing and put it in FY24 for the city as a possibility. So
Well, I guess because we've got thousands of meters to replace, correct? And this was only 300.
yeah, so this particular project was set up so it could track the grant.
Right.
Because it was just a 50% match, so it's water meter replacements, but the kind of caveat with this project is it's just for the tracking of the grant.
Okay, I'll ask my question in the capital program then.
Okay?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so project W2301, so we're getting into the 23 water projects. So the ARV and backflow replacement, we're working on the design in that. Golf course estate service, that project's in construction. Covered parking for pipe and trailer, working on the design of that. First response truck, working on that capital purchase. Obsolete fire hydrant replacement. That's an ongoing project, a multi-year project where we replace obsolete fire hydrants. 14-inch line to solar field PRV. I think we've discussed that topic quite a bit. Design and install PRVs for Twin 5. That project's in the planning phase, and the large meter replacement backflow prevention also in the planning phase on tackling that. So any other comments or questions for the ongoing capital improvement projects?
The large meter, was that up there?
Yeah, the large meter is there, the large meter replacement and backflow. Okay.
That was the question he had on the Veterans Park. It's the pond pump well.
Okay. Okay, so for the question you had on the Veterans Park, that's that pond pump wet well, and that's going to be replaced. So that's the need for that project.
Okay, well, Carol, while you're up there, I guess since we're talking about ongoing, so on the city manager report, was changed somewhat drastically. So you no longer can track the entire project. So the prior year budgeted amount is no longer there, the full prior year budget. Is there a reason for that, or could we?
That's a new format that was implemented by finance, and if you want to give any of your feedback, you can, but that's basically the same format that's being used for all of the funds. That's the one that comes directly out of Munis.
Okay, well, so I guess so that's directly coming out of Eunice. The information should be easier to be obtained, but if we've tracked the other data, is the old format that hard to maintain?
My suggestion would be, if you want the items that I added on the old format, they can be added onto the Tableau.
Okay, so then I would make a request, and I don't know if we need a motion or not, and see if the rest of the group.
We can just, if there's items that you want to track, I would say to get the items to Joe, and we could add it to the Tableau so you can still track it.
Yeah, and just to clear up we're on agenda item 4, which is
No, this is agenda item 4. This is the ongoing capital.
Yeah, it's not a
and-
for possible action.
Okay, thank you, you're correct, because I can't do a motion. Thank you for the clarification. Thank you. But I can ask and discuss it, I just can't make a motion. Thank you. Thank you.
So that, like I was saying, the items that you want to still track and you want to see, we can add that to the, back to the,
Yeah, I guess I would request it then, if possible, and if we need to do something later, but if we could take what was on the original city manager report, because before we had two reports, and they were done a little differently, and now the city manager report will not work, at least it's not working for me. And, well, so we can still discuss it, I can't ask.
I'm saying we can't specify an action.
Yeah, no, I understand, but I can ask, okay,
Question.
we'll work it later then, but, okay.
I highly encourage us, if there's items, we can add it to the, where you guys could actually go in and see the items you want to see.
Okay, so, thank you.
Mhm.
Okay, before we move on, are there any questions or comments on the ongoing capital improvement project? Anything you guys see is working, not working? You know, we update these in general as we get updates, so there's a long list of projects that we're working on. So any feedback you have is appreciated. So, but if not, we can move on to agenda item 5.
Yeah, Joe, I just want to thank you very much for going through it. I know it's a long, laborious process to go through all of them, and I don't believe we don't need to do this each time.
Okay.
But going with the capital and the end of the year, then that's why I was really wanting to do it, because it's sort of a lead into the capital for the 5-year capital. So I greatly appreciate the time. I know it was laborious, but it was helpful.
No, I agree, and I appreciate that feedback. As you know, this is something that you can kind of go back and check, and I also appreciate the hey, this hasn't been updated, or this needs to be changed, and we make those corrections.
Okay, thank you. So I guess, anybody else have any comments on agenda item number 4?
No, good job.
Thank you. So we will close out agenda item, actually it was agenda item number 3, and we will go to agenda item number 4, which is for action. So for possible action, discussion, and possible staff direction regarding the fiscal year 24-28 utility capital improvement plan.
Okay, thank you. So for this item, we're looking at the 5-year capital improvement plan for electric, water, and sewer, and that's in your packet. And so a couple things I'd like to kind of discuss, and plans I'd like to bring about first. You see the investment heavily in the electric side of the utility, for one. I've previously mentioned take focus on Substation 3 as a rebuild first, and then move on to the other substations. But as you see the list there, from moving forward, I don't have any recommended changes beyond what you see in the packet. So if there's any questions, I'm happy to entertain those.
I guess, well, I'll let somebody start. Does anybody else have any major, or any questions at all?
No,
Okay, I guess, so you're going to move some, for instance, I guess we go down the line really quick. You've got 4 kV overhead line, that's an extension. You've got the Substation 3 rebuild. Now, I guess Substation 4, now, right now, did I understand that you were thinking about just doing the 2 transformers for the Substation 3, so we would not purchase Substation 4 transformers at this year?
Yeah,
Fiscal year 23?
So, I mean, ideally, we would get the specifications, the design for Substation 3, and then that would be our roadmap. And we would apply that to Substation 4, Substation 5. So you have benefits with sister units, like parts, that kind of thing. There's the opportunity to go with a different manufacturer, but my goal is to have Substation 3 be completed before we move on to the other substations.
Okay, so what I'm getting at is that, so later, or when we get the new one that shows what we're planning to give to the city council, what the city council will be approving, or tentatively approving for fiscal year '24. I guess I'm making an assumption that the Substation 4 and Substation 5, the 2 million point one, well, at least the 2 million, and because I'm not sure that it's 2.15 is for the
Transformer purchase.
transformers, and it was also,
correct?
my understanding was the design. And then you had 2 million just for transformers and 5. So I'm assuming that would be moved over to 24 or 25 or out. Each one would be moved further out, because you're not looking at buying at 6 at one time. You're looking at buying 2 before the time frame.
I mean, if that's a recommendation, I certainly
No,
agree
I'm
with
not
that.
recommending it. That's what I'm understanding, that you don't plan to do it in this year. So if you're not doing it in this year, then I'm asking, is that something you're looking to do?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, so and that's why, bringing it to the advisory committee first to advise council, if that's something that the committee would like to explore, I'm happy to entertain that.
Go ahead.
So you were saying that, go ahead, and I think the gist of it was get Substation 3 completed and then move on to 4 and 5 after that.
That's correct.
Yeah, and I would agree with that, because Substation 3, when it's new, you'll be able to pick up a lot of that 4 kV load. You've got the 53 circuit now, which you can also use to pick up some of that 4 kV load. And you're going to have ties to 4 that can pick up the 4. So I think between all of those, you should be able to handle the 4 kV load pretty well. And at that point, then you can pick and choose, 4 and then 5, and you won't have to take those stations probably completely out of service, will you? Or are you planning on doing that when you do that?
No, we won't take Substation 3 out of service when we do that.
No, but
Yeah.
4 and 5, when you go to tackle 4, well, you're going to do that piecemeal, or you're going to try and take the whole thing out?
We have to look at the footprint, but if we can safely, operationally do half of it, kind of set it up for first stage. I mean, I'm thinking if it's possible, then we would do it that way.
Yeah, because I know the way 5 is designed, it kind of lends itself to being able to work that way. So,
Sure.
and I would think 4 the same way. So anyway, I think you're on a good plan to do that, and hopefully we can shift some of those costs further down the road where we don't have to look at a rate increase to try to cover all that. And we may have a better feel for how much we actually have to do to those stations. If we have enough capacity to handle what we've got in the projected load with Substation 3 online, maybe we can take a look again at 4 and 5 and see just how badly we need to upgrade to the levels that we're looking at.
You mean increase the capacity?
Increasing the capacity of those, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's something we could certainly look at.
Yeah, I'd like to do that, because I know from my take, when I was here, the stations that were in service were capable. We tried to keep them all operating at about half load. And the town really hasn't grown that much in those years, so I would think that we can still, especially if we get new Substation 3 and we just need to look at what you've got, and you're in a better position to do that. But I would just say we'd take a look at that and see if that's something we can look at.
Yeah, I mean, certainly at 3, we're pretty set on, the increased capacity.
Right.
Because that gives us the operational flexibility to keep the existing Sub 3 in place and then pick up, like you said, Circuit 53 and some of these others that we may be able to take Sub 4 or 5 completely down.
Yes.
So, and but, you're absolutely right. It may not necessitate the need for that size of sub at 4 and 5. The idea, if we can get a similar type unit with just a smaller base, but then design-wise, it's, close to the same thing, so we get that maintenance efficiency from working on similar type of equipment, and we don't have to do different maintenance practices.
Right.
That's what we're looking at.
Yeah, I agree. That's a smart way to go.
Okay.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe as we're starting out again, to get a better understanding for myself and see if anybody else needs it. But so what do you need from us or like from us today? Because there'll be another document that's going to be generated to what you're going to present to council. So we will see. So do we know when that's going to go in front of council yet? It was either November or December. Do we know that yet? Do we have a calendar?
The CIP? Yes, we do. We do have a calendar.
'Cause I guess I looked at it in the past on the website, but I haven't looked at currently. So we were asking for that calendar. It would be helpful to understand where our meetings fall and future agenda items. So that would be in another agenda item for today, but trying to understand how much we need to discuss it today and how much we can discuss it when you have more information yourself.
Yeah, my understanding is that we still have the October meeting is the meeting before council makes the decision. So I think it's that first meeting in October.
Okay, so on 9/27, they will do a presentation of the draft capital plan to the council during the council meeting.
9/27?
That'll be that's where we're not asking for them to approve anything. That's where we present the first draft.
So then they're
And
gonna see
then-
something before we do, because this is not
Is what we have in our packet the draft that's gonna be presented to council?
No,
Okay.
and then on October 11th, the council will see it again at that council meeting. And there'll be a citizen workshop on 10/18. And then we will ask for tentative approval scheduled now on November 22nd.
So the only input that we're going to have to what's gonna be put to council is what we do today.
In draft, right? Yeah.
So, but we don't have what you're gonna present to council.
I mean, this is what I'm not making any recommended changes. I mean, I'm going to go through that, kind of talk through on water specifically, but with electric, I wasn't planning on moving funds I just kind of leave Substation 3 and Substation 5 alone and just work on Substation 3. We're not going to spend that money. So.
Well, then, my recommendation would be to move a lot of these projects over at least a year.
Okay.
Because we've got the transformers budgeted in fiscal '23, and there's at least an 11-month lead time,
That's about right.
and we haven't ordered anything yet.
Nope, we are in the specification process.
Okay, so there's absolutely no way that we'll be buying those transformers in this fiscal year
We would be placing the order
for one, right?
for one substation.
Right,
So
and we've
to-
got 3 of them budgeted for this year. And so, since
6.
they were already approved, we can't take that money out. But there's no way that Substation 3 is gonna be done in fiscal year '24.
Right, that's going to be a multi-year project. I mean, it's going to
So
take,
I would break that up to what you think could be done in fiscal year '24 and move it out to '25 for the actual
Okay.
construction. Same thing with Substation 4 rebuild. I would move that out to a portion in '25 and '26. I'm not that familiar with the Circuit 63-64 tie, but when can that be started?
that would be started construction FY '24.
But does something have to be done before that can be done?
Just the design, no other,
But I mean, is that dependent on one of those substation rebuilds?
no,
Okay, so that's a totally different project and not
Mhm.
related.
correct.
Then the Substation 5 transformer, I'd move that way out to 27, 28. Because we're not going to do 5 until after we've completed 4.
So and looking at FY '24 for Substation 3 rebuild, moving those funds up, that would be helpful to have the full amount to, exercise not only the transformers, but to get the breakers, to get the gear, to get,
But-
that project.
But there's no way that you're gonna spend $3.5 million in fiscal year '24 on that project.
Yeah, I mean, that project is, entirety, it's a considerable sized project
Yes,
to,
but portions of it will be done in fiscal year '25, fiscal year '26. We've got $42 million so far, and we don't even see what you're gonna put in for '28.
for 28.
Yeah, because we're doing a 5-year projection,
Mhm.
right? And all the projection that we're seeing right here is 4 years.
That's right.
So we don't know what you're gonna put in when you make a presentation to council for fiscal year '28.
Well, we're having this discussion to
Okay.
work through,
Okay.
what,
It would be
What-
good if we could see what your projections were before you give it to council so that we could make recommendations. But since we don't, I'm giving you my recommendations.
mhm.
If you remember last year, I did not vote for the capital budget because I said, no way are we gonna get that all done. And we had a total of 39 projects last year, and only 8 were closed. So that's leaving a total of 31 projects. And we're gonna add all this much money. There's no way we can get those all done. There's just no way. And by projecting this, we have to have the money available. Before we can budget that money, we have to have it available, so that means we have to raise water rates. And I don't think it's fiscally responsible to budget for things that we know we're not gonna be able to spend. So that's my 2 cents.
I appreciate your feedback.
I agree with those comments, and I think we need to, most of these need to be moved out, because we're not gonna get to them in the way they are. And if I'm understanding the comments was made earlier, Substation 5 and Substation 6 most likely won't even need those large dollar amounts. And so Eileen is exactly correct. This 42 million is pretty much was a major looming budget aspect, and that was just created last year. We went from 13 million in a couple months to 42 million is a major change. And so I guess it would be nice, instead of saying leaving that 42 million, is trying to shift it out and seeing what we actually think is gonna happen in a 5-year, they're gonna be asked, if I understand correctly, they're gonna be asked to tentatively, approve the '24 budget, and then they're just looking at the rest of the 5-year budget. But it would be helpful to say, okay, what do we anticipate using this year? So fiscal year '23, we're looking at a lot less than 13. How much of that's gonna be shifted to '24, to '25, and stuff like that? So I guess I would see that if you were sort of just saying, okay, I'm just gonna say 23 is left alone, and we're just showing 24 and 27 the exact same way, and then adding 28, I agree with Eileen that we need to modify these numbers, and some of these need to be shifted a reasonable amount.
I appreciate that feedback, if you have any, if you want to entertain a motion, or if there's some specific information you'd like to act upon, this agenda item is for possible action.
Well, I guess, can we move the money out of 13 and move it to the next years?
So again, my recommendation, as previously stated, was to combine Substation 3, in FY23, and to move Substation 4 and Substation 5 out. Now that total cost that you're seeing it may not be the complete cost needed for that project. So, then you would move on to Substation 4, following that, and Substation 5 out. So a possible scenario, you could take the $33.5 million for Substation 3 that's planned for FY24, bring that into FY23, that total, and then you move Substation 4 out to FY24, and then move Substation 5 out to FY '26, FY '25 and FY '26. That would be my recommendation. Moving forward, we're continuing on with the circuit and feeder projects as those are necessary, not necessarily 63, 64, but the feeder 14 to 24 tire replacement, that's kind of needed before the conversion. So we're working on those circuit and feeder projects as we get the design done, as we get contracts out to bid, and then we're doing that work in-house. So, I know that we've got a big amount of projects to accomplish. If we don't plan for those projects to be done, then we don't get the opportunity to do them. So that would be my recommendation. Present that to council. I understand the committee has their opinion and would appreciate advisement to council on what the committee likes to see happen for the electric utility, the 5-year plan. So I've given that to you verbally, so I haven't shown you anything. I hope you can follow that. I'm not showing you a diagram, but basically taking FY '24 from Substation 3, bringing that up, and then moving Substations 4 and 5 out.
Okay, so easily, instead of just moving all of it out and putting it in there, trying to get a better idea, you have, if I remember reading, the one thing that was in ClearGov that was, this one tracked a little bit easier, there was $800,000, I believe, for construction. And so if you left construction money in '24, we're not gonna use construction money in '23. So you could leave at least 800,000, if not $1 million in '24. And that way we're putting the money in we anticipate to spend in '23, and we showing that we have some money in '24, instead of shifting all the money to '23 and no money in '24, if I was understanding you correctly.
I'm not following you.
Okay, so right now, if I understood you want the 3.5 to take for Substation 3 rebuild in fiscal year '24, all of that money, all of it into '23.
That's correct.
Now, some of that money is for construction purposes.
Yeah, the project is one thing. It's one entity, to get it all done. That's the design, planning, construction, closeout. All of that is encompassed in the project.
We're right, and we understand that, and that's what we're trying to work with now. We're trying to figure out, okay, what portion of the all these projects, what do we actually think we're gonna be able to accomplish each year?
Right.
And so right now, what you wanna do is you wanna be able to have enough money in fiscal year '23 to purchase everything you need to start fiscal year '24, correct?
Yeah, to get the Substation 3 rebuilt, I would like to get started on that project.
No, and I think we all agree with that.
Okay.
We agree. But the thing is that 3.5 isn't all equipment. That is construction money and some of the other money. So in '23, you're not going to need all that money. So we're just trying to give everybody an idea, ourselves, the council, an idea of what we actually need in '23 and what we actually need in '24. So by moving all the money over, as Eileen has said, that's not a true representation of what we exactly plan to spend. So like I said, if you just take 800,000 out of it, that is what's planned. You would plan to spend that in '24. You don't plan to spend that in '23.
Where are you getting the 800,000?
Well, it was the number that was in the ClearGov in part of the packet that was in the council meeting packet when they did the capital program. And so that's just a number. I don't have another, maybe it should change, but there is a certain amount of number that's part of construction. And so by looking at it in this, and we sort of understand and so I think all of us are trying to reduce that 42 million in this 5-year period, and it looks like we can, because some of these numbers can be shifted. What we're trying to do is we want to help you to have the numbers, and we did that last time. We said, okay, you needed this figure to go forward, and we approved it. But now we're saying you're not needing the 2 million for Substation 4. You're not needing the 2 million for Substation 5. In '23.
I think I've been consistent in my plan to do Substation 3 all along. Entering into this role, it was presented as an opportunity to purchase all transformers all at once. And my professional opinion, that's putting the cart before the horse, literally. Because if you buy the transformers, first where they're going to go, and then when are you going to get them in, and what's the warranty? And so I disagree with that plan.
And Joe,
And so, and just let me finish.
Sorry.
Just let me finish.
Sorry.
So I have been consistent in that regard, that was never what I intended to do, okay? And I've been clear in my intentions that I would like Substation 3 to be the focus, and for us to do that. If the committee is under the advisement that, let's just do this part of Substation 3 first, and then in FY24 we'll spend a little bit more and do this, then that's fine. Bring that, what the committee wants to advise to me, to council, so we can move forward.
Okay, Joe, and I apologize for interrupting. I was just trying to say, I wasn't trying to argue that point, and I understand you're coming from where this, and I think what I was trying to say is that with your statements, I was trying to help move the money with what you said was the better way for the city. So I was trying to work with you on that, not say that I disagreed with that concept. So now that and I agree with the concept of the getting everything ready for Substation 3, then moving everything out for 4 and 5. That's all. I'm just trying to get the money into the areas that we think we can use. So there's a misunderstanding on what we're trying to get accomplished today, I think. We were just trying to understand, get a better alignment of where we think the money is actually going to be used in each year so that can go to the council. That's what I believe we're all trying to do.
Larry? So Joe, what we're talking about is moving $5,740,000 into FY23 for Substation 3 rebuild.
Correct.
Okay, and then what are we gonna have in FY24 for Substation 3? 0?
That's right.
So we're gonna purchase everything, we're gonna build it, we're gonna commission it all in 23.
Well, it's that the money that's allocated in FY23 carries over for the project. That's to finish.
That's what our proposal is. We're gonna carry it over for the project.
Right.
And that right now is the word that we're using right here, right now.
Yeah.
And so if we move Substation 4 rebuild all the way out to 25 and push sub 25 monies out to 26, we're good to go.
That's my recommendation. Yeah.
Okay, and then Substation 5, which I'm having some problems because it's listed in 23 that we're spending $2 million for foundation replacement. Okay, in 23. We're not gonna spend $2 million in 23 for Substation 5's foundation replacement.
That's
So
just
that
for
needs to move out to 25.
Yeah, that's just for transformers. So again, the 6
Right,
million.
and you've already agreed that we're not gonna purchase the transformers in FY23, so that money has to be pushed.
That's right.
Okay, so let's push it. Let's
Okay.
do one line item at a time and let's get it fixed. And then we'll take and talk about the end result, because the end result, everybody, is gonna be the same, $42 million. It isn't gonna change on the final number unless, Eileen, we can get FY27 on the chart. Now we can level the playing field out, because we can push some money out to 27 and that'll level it out, because that's not something we're looking at all at once.
You mean looking at 28, you mean?
28, well, 27 has basically got goose eggs and 28 has goose eggs. Okay, so what I'm saying is, let's take and work on line items for FY23 and let's get the thing fixed, and let's just get that done. Because like you just said, and we all said, they can do things digitally faster than we can see it in writing. And I worked last year in 21 and 22 with the city to straighten this out and level this playing field, and all of a sudden I'm back right where we were again from 2 years ago. And we're not gonna be able to do all the projects, I already know that. As long as we have the ability to push the money out and the project title does not change, we can track it.
One point though, fiscal year 23, we're in fiscal year 23.
That is correct.
So we would have to have staff or finance do a supplemental budget to rearrange all those amounts.
So for that, then we can leave 23 alone with the understanding that we won't get started on Substation 4 or Substation 5 in FY23. If that's amicable to the committee, then we can accept, you know, the 5-year plan as presented, or if there's changes, if you want to move things out, if you want to delete things, whatever you guys want to do, I appreciate your
Okay.
feedback.
So, Substation 3 rebuild, I propose we move the 3.5 million from fiscal '24 to '25. Substation 4 rebuild, I recommend we move that from '25 to '26. On the Substation 5 transformer, I recommend we move the 300,000 from '25 to '26, and then move the 4.2 million from '26 to '27. The substation removals, I think that should be moved from '27 to '28. Substation 6 upgrade, I think the 150,000 should be moved from fiscal year '26 to '27. And the 4.8 million from '27 to '28. That's my recommendation. I so move.
I would second that.
All right, any discussion?
Yeah, any discussion? Because I guess I do I think if we said substation, you were saying move substation 3 out? Is that what I understood you to say?
Yes, because the 2.15 million in '23 is enough to pay for the transformers. And even if those get ordered today, they wouldn't arrive until fiscal year '24.
Well,
So,
if we leave the 2 million for substation 4 and we leave the 2 million in substation 5, then there is enough money to cover any purchases for substation 3. Is that what you're thinking, Eileen? Because
Well-
you've got, according to the ClearGov thing, there was about $2 million more in equipment that needs to be purchased before they start construction. So they do, Joe is correct that they do need the additional funding in '23 to purchase so they can start in '24. Because you're still planning, you're hoping to start construction sometime in '24, is that correct?
That's correct, yeah.
So
Not
if
sooner.
we move it to '25, then that's really not what the intent is. '23, I believe, substation 3, we really are trying to get that moving. So I think by moving it out to '25, we are hampering the process. Everything else I can agree with, but I think the substation 3 should just stay where it's at, because if we're leaving the other money in, then there's plenty of money in the budget to do what you need to do in fiscal year '23. There's plenty of money. If we don't move any money out, there's plenty of money to do what you need for substation 3. Do you see what I'm saying, Joe?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so I would just leave it. So the one amendment to your motion is just we leave substation 3 money where it's at. The rest of it I would agree to,
so are you moving to amend my motion?
if that's what we need to do.
Yes.
But it's a discussion, so do people agree with that? Does the committee agree with that?
It looks good to me.
Okay, Andy, we haven't had a chance. Do you have any comments on this, Andy? Sorry, we haven't asked you before. I'm not sure we lost Andy. Okay, so the procedure is just, do we amend the motion? Is that, Joe, do you know? Do I miss the point?
I believe so, and then there need to be a second on that and a vote on that.
Okay, so, I would suggest that we amend Eileen's motion to just, instead of changing substation 3 to 20 or 25, just leave it where it's at. So, can I get a second?
I would second that. It makes sense.
And then we're leaving Eileen's motion, the rest of it the same.
Right. Mhm.
So all in, any other discussion? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. So it passes unanimously.
Mr. Chairperson.
Yeah,
the-
Greg.
Andy was not a voter, so he's absent.
Abstain.
Okay, thank you. So we had five votes. with the exception of Andy. Thank you very much, Greg. Okay, were there any other comments on the electrical? Okay, hearing none, then I guess then we can move over to the water, if that, or whichever you want to.
Yeah,
move
very
to,
good.
Joe.
No, I appreciate that. Now, so moving to the water, we know water and sewer are both tied to the ARPA funding. So it's critical that we get the money budgeted and spent by the cutoff 2026. So as you see in your packet, what we've got, the plan, what I'm kind of proposing we consider doing is to, since the copper service replacement projects are moving, they're in full swing. Golf course estates is one example. Miscellaneous is another example. What I'm proposing is that we consider moving up 2 years of the copper service replacements. Because if you can recall from the assessment that was done, it was like a 20-year project, right, to get all the services in town. So my proposal on water is to take 2 years of copper service replacement projects, move those up to FY23, and then we
Do you mean to 24?
to 23. Yeah.
You're proposing a supplemental budget for fiscal year 23.
Right, yeah, so we can continue to, I mean, that would be, I think we can, if we can get it done, potentially. If we want to wait on a supplemental budget, we can. Maybe then just consider it for FY24. And then once we hit that ceiling, we say, okay, now let's look at a supplemental budget amendment. But it would be to bring up more funding for copper service replacements and move out both the PRV design for Twin 5 water zone below Adams and the 14-inch line to solar field PRV construction. So move those out to the out years and then move the copper service replacement project up.
Okay, so just to make, so the easy way to, if I'm understanding correctly, is what you would be proposing to council is for fiscal year, you would make an amendment to fiscal year 23. Are you adding 1.2 million to an additional to have 1.8, or you're just gonna add another 600,000 to fiscal year 23 and then 1.2 to have fiscal year 24 as 1.2 or 1.8 million dollars?
It would be 1.8 total. And this
For both years?
for FY23.
What
And that-
about 24?
Well, and then that would, carry over. It's just to give that room to get the projects done in FY23. So because the copper service projects are moving, they could be done in conjunction with the butterfly valve replacements. Some of these projects that aren't well scoped yet to exactly what needs to be done, I feel puts us at risk for a plan to get the job done and take advantage of the ARPA funding. So that's why I'm recommending we consider moving up copper service replacements, align those with RTC projects if we can, and then that way we take advantage of that 5-year no cut policy that they've got. We might not be able to get all of them under RTC jobs, but those are simple, they're straightforward, they're ready, they're shovel ready, so to speak. So
Right, so to go along with what Eileen's saying is, so what, because you're gonna be presenting 24 through 28, 23 won't even be shown.
right.
And so what I'm hearing you say is that you're asking, so I would assume you would also try to increase 24.
Yeah. So we could look at that then, if that's
Okay, yeah, Carol's,
recommendation.
let's make sure we're saying the same thing.
What we would look at doing is moving, right what you said, the 1.8 would move to 23. The council would have to approve that.
Okay,
And there would be 0 in 24 and 0 in 25.
okay, so you're assuming that
And then
it's gonna take those 2 years to do you can only do 1.8, you can't do any more.
we're only having the council approve 24. So if something happened, the ARPA funds are for 23. None of the projects in 24 are ARPA funded.
But they were supposed to be, I was in the understanding that we had, if we had a project, we could use ARPA funds in 24 if we could get it done. That's the confusion.
Correct,
We had
but
$6
when we're
million.
budgeting it for, the ARPA funds were budgeted for 23.
But,
So we
but then
can,
we-
we
okay, I'm
can
sorry.
finish through that, we can finish through 26, but we don't want to risk, we're not gonna budget money into there if we can get the money spent and reimbursed prior to be safer, to not lose that ARPA money. So we would actually move the 600 from 24 and the 600 from 25 into 23. Council would approve that, moving that to 23.
Right.
And then we would move out the other two projects, which would keep the cash flow the same.
Right.
Because we're not gonna, so the two projects that we're not sure that we could get them done in time, we're gonna move those out, where they're not ARPA funded.
And which two projects are you?
It is what Joe just said, let me grab my paper real quick, sorry.
Mr. Chair,
Go ahead, Greg.
the problem we're having is when we discussed the 23 budget, ARPA funds were not available. Okay, between the time the budget was approved by city council and we discussed it, there was no ARPA funds. During that transition period, ARPA funds became available. So what we're trying to do is get the ARPA funds up front, so we show we got the projects and the money able to be spent. And if we can't spend it, we can carry it forward. But we have to show it in 23's budget, because that's when ARPA funds were issued to us, is in 23. We're trying to show how we're gonna spend the money.
No, I understand. Okay, so maybe I was missing. I saw $6 million, but the $6 million that's in the ARPA funds is for the water and the sewer.
Correct.
And so I thought there was,
3.9 for sewer,
Yeah.
6.4.
So the two that we would move is we would take the design install PRV for the Twin 5 water zone below Adams at the 750. We would actually move that, ask the council to move that from 23 out to 24. And we would also take the 14-inch line to the solar field, PRV construction, that's 600, and we would move that out to 25. And we would make the 8-inch butterfly valve replacement in 24 would only be 50,000, because we would also increase that by 150 for 23.
Yeah.
So what we're doing is the same amount.
Right.
Which keeps our cash flow in line. So in other words, keep in mind, when we're pushing all this, we still have to cash flow it and make sure that we're not messing up the rate model and messing up the cash flow. So with this one, by taking the same amount that we're moving into 23, we're actually moving the same amount into those 2 years. So when you look, your 24 and 25 the cash at the bottom didn't change.
no, okay, go ahead, Irene.
So can you state the 8-inch butterfly valve replacement again? It's currently 200, 200, and 200.
Correct. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna take 150 from fiscal year 24 and ask the council to move it to 23.
So you want 350 in 23 and 50.
Correct. No, we're moving, exactly 150, sorry.
And then leaving the 200,000 in
24, we're
25.
leaving 50, and we're leaving the 225.
Fine, okay.
Yeah. So it's basically, we just have to make sure on the cash flow that we're moving the same amount.
We have to make sure our ARPA funds balance out to what we're using for.
Correct.
I was just trying to make sure we used all the funds, but all the funds
Yeah.
were fully allocated in 23. I thought there was some left over. I misunderstood that. Okay.
No, there was no ARPA funds in 23. My mic doesn't work.
Yeah, it does.
Okay. There was no ARPA funds in this 23 budget that this committee approved and talked about.
Actually, the 23 CIP, it did show ARPA funding for the 23 CIP. We added it before they did it in May. We just changed the funding source.
Well, what I'm saying is we looked at this back in 22.
Correct, at that time,
That's right, and
It
so
wasn't
that's where
there.
the confusion is. We looked at this in 22, we moved the money around to balance it out in 22, but there was no money available in 22.
correct,
So that's what we're looking at, is our old 22 budget numbers.
correct.
But you
So,
presented city council with 23 ARPA funds.
Right, so when it went to what was approved in May at council did include the ARPA funds, but you're correct, what was tentatively approved in December did not because it wasn't there yet. So right now, the biggest thing is we want to make sure the projects that we know are ready, like Joe said, that are shovel-ready, ready to go. We want to take advantage of that 5-year no cut. So to go in and do it with the RTC is very prudent for us financially, and this is one way to make that happen. And I'm glad that you guys talked about the fact that they are only approving 24. They're looking at the 5-year plan, but the 24 is what we're getting approved. So next year when we're standing here and we reevaluate, we may shift something again. If there's a project that was designated for ARPA funding that maybe hit a roadblock, but then there's other projects, we are gonna shift that in because we are gonna spend that money by the deadline.
So we're carrying, so what we have is we have all the ARPA funds allocated in fiscal year 23 right now in water and sewer.
Correct.
So you're reallocating, so there is no new money, so that was my misunderstanding. No, not new money, I just wasn't sure we had it fully allocated. Because I was thinking we were doing something in 24.
Yeah.
So then we're trying to get, I understand completely what you're trying to get things done that you really consider, and that's what we're all about.
Yep.
We're trying to do the same thing, what projects can be done.
Correct.
So now I guess, then my understanding with, that there's no extra money,
No.
then you're trying to move it around, so then shouldn't have any more major issues.
And we'll probably have this conversation next year. We'll have deja vu.
No, I think I'll
But
understand there will be no new
that's a
money.
good thing, is that means we're getting the projects done. That means we're getting that money spent, and we're constantly looking at that. That won't just be during CIP.
So we've got $6.4 million for water from ARPA.
Correct. I would have to look at that exact number you're talking about, but yes,
Yeah.
that's on the ARPA report, yep.
And we're only budgeting 4 million,
Keep it,
moving 4 million. So is part of that going for
The
the
other stuff
23
is-
projects?
correct.
Okay.
And, exactly. The 23 projects that were budgeted and were not changing is part of that.
Is part of that? Okay.
Yeah, and then keep in mind too, that it's not a huge number, but there was a deadline where like some of the copper service that we were able to do like in 22, we were actually able to reimburse because we could prove that we did it.
Okay.
So that's part of it too. It's not a huge, like millions, but. Any other?
So based on what Carol said, I would move that we suggest council do a supplemental budget for fiscal year 23.
Actually, we'll go ahead and put that
You're
with the
going to do that.
with the
Okay.
presentation.
So that was your plan all along?
That's what the suggestions are.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just confused because that's not the paper we were handed. So we had no idea what your plans are.
Correct. And
So that's but this, what you just said is what you plan to show to council.
that's what the suggestion we're seeing. When we present at the council on September 27th, that's a draft. They're not we're not asking for approval. That's the first time they're going to see it.
Right. But usually we're supposed to see it before they see it.
Correct. We did move, this is a brand-new process. It got moved to finance from Public Works, and we are changing the process, and we are moving it up, because we're going for November for a tentative, not December, so it moves everything up a month.
Okay.
But that's why we're also presenting twice before we ask for any approval, too.
I don't have any other questions on water. Does anybody else?
I'm good, so so there's no motion on water, so I guess we just go to sewer.
Okay, yeah, moving along to sewer. So kind of the same thought process was on lift station improvements. Those are projects that could be kind of prioritized, potentially moved up. Lift station number 1 improvements being the highest priority with the odor control issues that are there. But as you see on the projects for FY 23 to 27, the 5-year plan remains unchanged. Any discussion or feedback?
So what we see here is what is going to be presented to council for sewer, and there's going to be nothing added for fiscal year 28?
That's correct.
And there's no changes to 23 in this one? You're not asking for?
No, I mean, I've thought about there's 3 projects that are very similar in scope. One is the I forget the exact name, it's Rehabilitate Sanitary Sewers, and then it's looked like moving forward that was broken out into manholes and then mains. Those are the projects that we're able to move forward with. Some of these copper service replacement projects as well, but I had brainstormed the idea of combining those just because they're so similar in scope, but it's not necessary.
So we are looking at combining the projects in the current that we talked about, the 2 that are very similar. But if we do that, that's not going to affect our 5-year plan. All we're doing is taking 2 existing projects that are already funded and putting them together, which we've done before. But it doesn't affect the 5-year plan.
Okay. Greg?
Yes, sir.
And get current with the standard of nomenclature and call them underground substructures. They're not manholes anymore.
Sure.
And that needs to be fixed because that was fixed 20 years ago when I was working in another area. So
Can
they're
you-
underground substructures.
Okay. I
And
appreciate
that gives
that.
you more leeway as to what we're working on.
Okay. Thank you.
So we've got $3.9 million in ARPA funds, and we've got 2.2 in the fiscal year 23's budget.
Correct.
So that leaves 1.7, and are all those being applied to fiscal year 22's?
We did have some in 22. I believe that's where that extra from the 3.9 comes from.
And Carol, do you know, when would that money be released into the, or has it been released into the funds?
What happens is when we can show, so if you're looking for a project in 22, how it works on the ARPA funds is if we can show that we finished a project completely within that, or within the time period, then that's when we do when she reports the ARPA funds, that's when she can do the actual the transfer.
Okay, so it'd be the
So
transfer.
it's not a set time, it's
Right.
not a set time. It's a continual thing.
But to make sure when we say transfer, we would be transferring it from the ARPA money to the available cash
To the-
in the water or the sewer
Correct,
fund?
not back to the project, to the fund,
Correct.
yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And I did get an answer from Mike No but Ned left on the water well.
Oh, yeah.
I got a really detailed answer, so, do you guys want me to read it to you, or should I just email it to Ned? It's up to you.
We should have it on record.
Okay, the wet well at Veterans Park for the pond system is like a manhole. It's underground and contains the pump that recirculates water from the small pond up to the large pond. The inside needs to be refurbished, especially where the pump sits and connects to the discharge pipe. It is approximately 25 years old.
Thank you.
Any questions, or?
I guess the only one was, that I thought I'd heard, was that actually a sewer, or is that just a water project?
That's
then?
sewer.
That is sewer, okay.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. So I guess, so we've got, and there's nothing new for landfill, correct?
Correct, yeah, nothing new in the 5-year plan for landfill. The continuing of the projects, the 4 projects that are ongoing for the phasing plan.
Okay, so, what I would recommend I can make a recommendation here. What I recommend the committee does is look at the city council packet for the 27th so we can see what is being presented to the city council. Okay, does anybody have any comments? Andy, are you back or are you gone? Okay, so I think we lost Andy.
You sure we're not on mute? On our end?
No, he's.
Disconnected.
Yeah, so, okay, so did you have anything else, Joe?
No, I just appreciate the committee's efforts. I know this is a new, a more expedited process with CIP moving over to finance. So I wanted to use what we had as a existing tool to kind of sort through it, and didn't want to kind of get out ahead of presenting something that wasn't going to be changed or presented to council. I wanted this to be a process that we worked through together. So I appreciate the committee's efforts.
Okay, so we will close out item number 4. And before we go to item number 5, do we need a 5-minute break, or are we good to go on?
Yeah, let's take a 5-minute break.
5-minute break. Thank you. Back from break, thank you. And so we will go to item number 5 for possible action, discussion, possible staff direction regarding committee goals, priorities, and deliverable requests. So do you want to start that, Joe?
Sure, we can have the goals kind of brought up on the screen here and kind of go through, and Chairman Carr, if you want to take a look and see, just kind of re-logging into my computer here, but if you want to look, and if you have any comments or questions, we'll start with goals 1 and 2, and then we'll move on to goals 3 and 4 and update anything if necessary.
Okay, sounds good. Does any of the committee have anything or do we need just a minute to read it? Anybody on goal number 1, annual review, 5-year SIP, ongoing SIP review? Okay, the one comment I have is so it was problematic today by not having a calendar. Is there a calendar on the website? Like I said, last time I did not see one.
For a calendar, like for the CIP calendar?
Yes, so, and the calendar of events. So what was given to us just earlier about those dates, we hadn't seen that before, and it was not part of the packet.
So I can provide that to the committee and have it for the next meeting. So there's a CIP calendar, and then there's an O&M budget calendar.
Yeah, that would be great.
Okay.
Yeah, so the O&M budget would be under the, I guess that'd be under item number 2. But yeah, that would be good. So under what I'm looking for is under tentative timeline there, Joe.
Okay.
That's where we have the calendar.
Okay.
So working for that. Every month for related ongoing SIP. So now we are at a discussion and possible direction. I guess it's still a goal, but so do we need to can we talk about that now, or just sort of say what we want to do in the future, sort of trying to figure out what might be helpful in what the utility group can do to bring forward more of the SIP information if it's being dropped from the deal. So right now, what I'm talking about is every month relating ongoing CIP update. And so now we don't have the same data that we had before. Do we just need to email you that, or do we talk about it at another time? How do we correct this goal?
So what data are you missing that's not on the ongoing CIP that you would like to see?
So what happened in the past, if you can compare, and I can show you after the meeting, if you compare the June city manager spreadsheet,
Okay.
that was a spreadsheet, to what was called City of Boulder City Utility Funds Capital Project year to date. If you compare that to the July city manager report for capital improvement, there was a drastic change. Two of the major things are the original budgeted, the way that what was expended previously, completely expended, not just in the previous year, but previously all over the entire life, and then the revised budget, how it relates to everything. So the old way, you could track the whole project, now you cannot.
Now, is that able to be, are you able to track it in ClearGov with the data that you?
I haven't been able to get a good tracking of ClearGov either, and I don't believe you can.
So just repeat that for me, if you don't mind. Original budget, and then the other items that you said were not.
The original budget, all the money that was spent in the project in the preceding year, all the preceding years, not just the last year. And then how the revised budget is affected by those two aspects. Because I don't believe that, so I think two of them were dropped. The original budget was dropped. All the previous money was modified just to the previous year. And the revised budget doesn't quite follow the same procedure.
Okay.
So again, if you look at the city manager report in June compared to what was, so it's for the June report. It was actually put out in July, and the August that shows July, those two reports were greatly modified. The new one has been greatly modified.
Okay.
And we lost data.
Yeah, I've got copies of them here, so after the meeting,
We can.
we can compare them and
Okay.
show you what we're talking about.
Would it be helpful to include this information? I know that dashboard's busy, but it's something that I want us to use, and if it's something we can look to add to that.
It looks like the way Carol presented it was what we would have to do. It would have to go to the dashboard. It doesn't sound like the city manager report will accommodate it anymore.
Okay, so let's work within our, we've got and if the dashboard, we're open to feedback on that. We want it to be useful. If it's not, I mean, we think it is a useful tool. So, but we could look at adding tabs. So either a tab or field you'd have to scroll over potentially. But just so I'm clear, original budget, previously expended, and then revised budget, you'd like to see included in the ongoing CIP update.
Well, Josh, do you have so to help you with your deal, because I think you changed yours a little bit to follow the new plan.
Well, yeah, I have to change the dashboard based on because I get the numbers off of what I get from finance. So if they change theirs, then I have to change mine just to make it match. But as far as the missing data, it's not really missing. It's just, I think it's the original budget year and all that. I don't really think that was necessary. Like if something was budgeted in 2018 and we're looking at 23, like does the 2018 really matter?
A great example is the Boulder Buchanan line. So
Okay.
the BC tap to Buchanan line.
Mm-hmm.
So what was that? That was originally budgeted at it had been revised to $9.8 million.
Okay.
Okay, and so that's what's been revised, so we can track that data to that point. So that's what has been the total budget now for that project. Okay.
You talking about for E2001?
Yeah.
2001, yeah. So but that was dropped. So what happened is they changed they no longer show the 9.8, they did a rollover of 6.6. And then they,
Yeah, it's not showing the total budget amount, so we can't see how much a total project cost us.
and so we start losing data, so we have to do a lot of homework to do it. So if we could just keep the data, then it's, if it's a lot of work on you, then we can do it. But if it's not that much work, it's better to keep flowing it through than for us to have to go back. And the farther it goes back, the more we have to go back and the more data we lose. Does that make sense?
Yes, I think so.
And then so when you have the 6 million and then the 5 million revised, well, actually, it's not five, they don't even have a revised number for that budget item. So that was closed out. But I think the ones that haven't been closed out, then the revised number isn't there anymore for the budget. So maybe it's something offline we'll have to do, to not take a lot of time here.
Okay.
'Cause for that particular project, because I'm looking at the dashboard now, so you got the rollover budget from the prior year. So everything that was rolled over from prior years is there. And then you got what was expended in the previous year. And then you got currently encumbered. You also got what was expended this fiscal year. And then you got the available budget. Like, I feel like that's plenty of information to track the life cycle of the project.
No, you don't, they've rolled over what was left over, so that
From prior years.
Right, but that 9.8 is no longer there. So that you got, in using that, was it 20, what was the number again?
It's 6.645912.
Right, so that 9.8's gone. You can't track it. You don't know what was originally and or revised over the years. All you have is the rollover. And the other thing now you have is all you're saying is what was expended the last year and this year. So as these
Well,
programs.
no, what I'm saying is I believe that the rollover budget is rolled over from all prior years.
It is not.
I would have to double check on that.
Yeah, because like I said, that program, if you actually look at all of them, you'll see that it does not, the original one, just like this program, it's 9.8, now it's rolling over at 6.6, so it doesn't show everything. See what I'm saying?
No, yeah, I see what you're saying, but I think that the rollover from prior years is all the money that rolled over from all the prior years. But I will double check on that.
But there's, in that current group, I can no longer see that the project was budgeted for 9.8 and that we're gonna spend 9.8 or something. I don't know what the full amount of money was spent for that project right now.
The whole thing is, the city is trying to be more transparent. And then when they take away information, that leads you to believe it's not being as transparent. So if the more information, the better.
I understand that, but I don't think it's a lack of trying to not be transparent. I think it's more so we're looking at this fiscal year, not 5 fiscal years ago.
You work with this every day.
Yeah.
We just get these reports. So that we can track it. You've got access to a heck of a lot more information than we do. All we've got is this page, and when information disappears, then we can't find it. So that's what we're asking for. You may not agree with it, but that's what we're asking for.
Okay.
But what I'm hearing is the data is not easy. You were using data that was available from another sheet, and so the old data is now no longer available, so we have to figure out if there's a way to get it. Okay, so
Yeah.
that was the nice thing in a spreadsheet. We have it in a spreadsheet, it stays there. And now that we've doing it in this other thing, it constantly moves, and so if something gets dropped, we have to go to an old spreadsheet and make sure we have all the data correct.
Well, the ongoing is just kind of a snapshot in time, current status, to see, where things are at, so you can see where that project's at. If you want historical data, I do agree that a spreadsheet would be better. So,
Well, but the spreadsheets both spreadsheets are getting dropped. So then are you saying we need to maintain our own spreadsheet?
no, I'm just saying if that's something that you want us to do, we can explore that. I'm just saying that the CIP ongoing dashboard is, it's a snapshot in time. It gives you a little bit of, it's giving you a history, but it's not going to give you all the details that you're talking about, right?
Okay, yes, and I agree with you. So what happened was, so just make sure we follow the progression of what happened, and then how do we solve it?
Yes.
So what happened is we originally had two spreadsheets. We had a spreadsheet that was used by the CIP program, and they graciously expanded it for our request, and we greatly appreciate that. And then we had some additional requests that wasn't needed by the group, but we asked to include it. And so then then Josh created another spreadsheet that had here's the percentage of done, and so that's what this dashboard became, that's more of your snapshot. So we still had the city manager report to go back for data. So we did have the full year and prior information with that. Now, if the city manager report drops that, then they were saying, okay, we'd go to the dashboard to do that. But if the dashboard has a specific purpose that doesn't necessarily fulfill what we're asking for, then how do we do that?
Yeah, and that's something I can get to you directly, or if that's some other kind of tool that you need, just to tell me what it is that you want, and then I can see the effort it would take to acquire.
Right, and that's it. So we don't want to do something that's going to be very time-consuming, that we don't want to add time and money. But it was existing before, and now it is not, so what do we do?
Right.
So, okay, maybe we'll have to,
Also, I mean, are you limited somewhat with what you can do with dashboard because that's the way the software is set up?
Are you referring to the Tableau dashboard?
Am I referring to what?
Which one are you referring to that CM report? The city manager's report?
No, this report.
Oh, no, no, I'm not super limited to that,
Okay.
so.
Well, I just wondered if you could put more, because I can't, I was trying to get this to print, and I wouldn't get it to print all the columns. And I was wondering how limited you are with what, older information you can put in there.
Well, as far as the older information, I would have to get it from whoever generates that, which I
Well,
believe
the
is
reports
finance.
that Carol used to put out.
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
if they're not generating that anymore,
Right.
then there's nothing I can do. I don't have the data, so
Yeah, I'm assuming she's doing this as part from the city manager's report.
as far as
yeah.
I know, yeah.
Yeah. I'm just having a hard time following it.
I guess we're back to the same situation we've been talking about, and it does relate highly to the goals, is how much do we do on a monthly basis, and how much do we try to get, accommodate overall? So, because at the very least, we would want to know when we closed it out, what the overall project looked like. And I don't think you're gonna see that in the city manager report or the dashboard at this point. So do you see what I'm saying? So if anything else, you would have, here, this project's closing out, here's what we originally budgeted, here's what was spent, and we're closing it out with this. So that would be one way to do it, and I'm not sure how easy that data would be to do either. So if we didn't have it on a monthly basis, then as they closed out, we would be able to see the data. Am I saying it right?
Like during a project closeout, we can have a project closeout report and present that to see the data points that you're talking about?
Correct. So if we can't do this on a monthly basis, then that would be at least something we could possibly look at, if that's reasonable. Or at least we could put it on the goals and see if it works out. So a closeout report might work. Greg?
I've got one quick question. On the Buchanan to Boulder City tap project,
Yes, sir.
how far over the estimated budget are we in that project for almost, I know we're not closed out yet, we still got some more work to do, but how far off target were we from our estimate?
Which estimate?
The initial budget that we figured of 9-point-something million.
I'm not sure how far how much on we are.
But that's the carry forward we're talking about. In other words, we can't see and track like we used to do in our spreadsheets what we spent versus, how far off target on our budget were we? Because we had a quote from them, a hard quote of 9-point-something million to do that job. And with some extras, I know there were some extras. What are we at now?
We can run reports in Munis that can get that data. So I mean that's stuff that we can work on presenting for if that's kind of review on, annual review of the 5-year CIP. I mean, I want to keep us in line with our goals and the resolution and make sure we're focused.
Well, I
in that
understand that,
regard.
but like, for example, we're still looking at the line that we ran down with Tab Construction. We still got that outgoing, or, an amount of money that we still owe them, or it's in dispute. So we're still carrying that information forward, okay?
Because that project hasn't been closed yet until
Exactly.
that happens.
Right, so,
Right.
so on our Buchanan to Boulder City TAP project, do we have on any of our spreadsheets what our current expenditure was on that project against the total amount of money we had budgeted for it?
Yeah, I don't believe that we've got that.
Are you
unless-
saying like, you mean like what's like the remaining balance after everything?
Well, with our field changes that we probably had versus the original estimate that Par West gave us,
You talking about the original, like the 9 million, like Larry was talking about?
yeah.
Well, that I'm not 100% sure, but as far as right now, I know that I can tell you the available budget is like a little under 7,000, and that's compared to everything that rolled over from prior years, what was expended in FY22 and was currently encumbered. Like the remaining balance right now is like $6,800, and that project I believe is 100% completed, minus a couple of switches that got to get fixed at the end of this month.
Right, okay. So you said we've got a little bit left from what we originally had budgeted for it.
If the rollover budget from prior years is all prior years, then yes. But like I said, I will look into
We
that.
can't see it. That's the problem we're having.
Exactly, but I'm assuming that the rollover budget from prior years is all the prior years.
You know what they
But I
say
will-
about that word?
Yeah, I know, but I think I'm right, but I will look into it.
Okay, thank you.
I just think we can either talk offline a little bit more. Next time we talk about the ongoing, we'll see how things fall out, if that sounds reasonable. Okay,
On the update of this goal number 1, it states council tentatively approved the fiscal year 23. And that should have been updated to, currently now council will tentatively approve in, fiscal year 24.
Well, yeah, we'll update the update.
okay, any more comments on the goal 1? Okay, go to goal 2 then, and annual review of water, sewer, electric, landfill revenue requirements. Okay, so I think the one update that I know about, and I guess we'll talk about it as in the agenda. But Joe, my understanding is we're no longer gonna have a workshop. We need to have it as a regular meeting.
Yeah, that would be my preference, that we still conduct business for the meeting in October. That the workshop prevents us from doing any business, so we can still have a rate discussion on the agenda for possible action, or and then we don't have to take action, for example. So I think having a regular meeting gives us more flexibility than a rate workshop.
Okay, so we can talk about that more. I don't think we need to bog the goals down on this, because we can
Okay.
talk about it on the agenda. I think we might have some concerns, so we'll talk about it. But I think here is if everybody agrees to that, just a regular meeting, then we'll just take workshop off, so there's no confusion. So there's not anticipation for a workshop. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine with
Is
me.
that committee okay? Okay. Then we'll talk more about it in the agenda for what's being done. I think everything else on there is gives us the information and stuff we need to go forward. Does anybody else see anything on number 2? Okay, hearing nothing, we'll go to number 3. Review development of utility conservation plans and programs. So I'm looking more, what I'm seeing is the tentative timeline. That's sort of what I'm really focusing on. Conservation to discuss in spring. Okay, recommend code changes. So, do we want to update the timelines or leave it, or just, is there anything, because right now what we're in the process is of is doing updates, is that correct?
So what I would recommend on this particular goal is that, the code changes have been passed, so we'll get that corrected. And in the fall is what we're looking to do is to expand the rebate program. And there's a couple rebates that are out there that are no longer beneficial. Like one, we still provide rebates for evaporative coolers. So that kind of goes against our water conservation efforts. They're benefit and they work well, and but we shouldn't be incentivizing those when the county's looking to ban them, essentially, because of their water use. So using what the city manager mentioned, the water smart controllers, the and then potentially matching turf rebates, basically expanding the electric rebate program to a utility rebate program, maybe upping the SEER level for AC units, and then looking at the incentive. Does the incentive need to be increased? I think solar shades is one on windows that we haven't had one that I can go back into the details and look, but it might be like 5-6 years that we haven't received any, on solar shades on windows. So is it because people aren't applying and taking advantage of it or not? I mean, I'd like to add smart thermostats. So there's a couple brands out there that will, not connect to the grid or not, smart grid. And that's a separate one, like with NV Energy. So I wouldn't be proposing that, but like Nest and Honeywell and some other brands have these smart thermostats that will adjust to your activity, and they'll look at your phone and your Bluetooth, and so it will cool your house at the appropriate time for efficiency, and then we'll also set it to a higher temperature when you're gone. So those kind of incentives I look to add, and that would be something I would like to get the committee's advisement on for the fall. And then we would look to, because people are wanting to get those rebates and put that stuff in the spring, and so then we would bring those changes to council, and then the folks would be able to make those changes in the spring.
Because that sounds great, because then you're bringing something specific related to electric and water, some of the rebates, because that was the other thing do we have anything in the future to start looking at the overall electric conservation, or are we good for a little bit?
Well, I mean, our consumption has gone down 10% this fiscal year from last fiscal year. We are seeing that in revenue. So we're trying to figure out if that's related to population or conservation efforts. So we've got to get that kind of married up. But we're reviewing the consumption data, and when I get into that, and the next agenda item, I'll go over, what we had for the month of August. But what exactly are you referring to in the electric, to see if we have enough resources as far as our purchase agreements?
We have a water conservation plan,
Yeah.
and we actually have it in the code.
Yes.
Do we have anything that's actual conservation plan for?
Like an electric conservation plan?
Yeah, is there?
So my recommendation is to utilize the rebate program for that. There's times when we would ask the community to conserve. For example, folks that live in Henderson and Vegas, they were asked to conserve recently during the heat wave. I verified with our sources that we were not in that position to do that. So had we been in a position that we needed the community to respond, we would put that out through our social media channels, through our public information. So that's basically the only type of conservation that I can anticipate, is it would be a specific event or as a demand basis. I'm not thinking that we need to do an electric conservation plan like a water conservation plan, but that's my opinion.
Okay, well, we just have it on that. We do have it as part of the goal, and I just didn't know if we needed to get to it, but it sounds like we're doing it. Plus, it was brought to my attention that it's probably good, the IRP, when we get to that so that's the next on the goal, but also when we get to that in, what are we looking at doing that? Either we're talking about in October or we're talking about it in November, one of the two.
Yeah,
So I'll talk about that in the next goal 4.
Okay.
But that might be a good way to do it, is see what falls out.
Okay.
So you're gonna add that into the timetable, the tentative timeline, Joe? For
what
those
exactly?
For those rebates?
Yes.
Okay. And then if any update needs to be updated. Does anybody else have any on number 3? Okay, not hearing anything changes, so we'll go to number 4. A review utility resource plan, so, present draft update RFP to, so is the, draft gonna be ready in October to have a short agenda item on that?
You know, we're working diligently on that with the Silver State Energy Association, gathering data that we currently have for this calendar year, kind of going back. It will be, I think, a challenge to have a draft. I think we can present pieces that we have, and potentially like a small presentation, like a slide deck type thing to show, you know, here's where we're at with it. If that's a good approach, I'm open to feedback, but it's a pretty extensive effort. It's a 5-year report. It's a report for Western, so just know that the audience that's who the report goes to, but I can certainly bring the data points and kind of present that in a slide where we're at with it, if that's something that the committee would benefit from.
Well, the city council has to approve it, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so, and are we looking, last time we were saying that we were gonna get them approve it in December, right before you send it to Western?
Yes.
So we can do it in November.
Right.
So it depends on if it's in vague changes to bring a few points in October and then do most of it in November, or just do it all in November.
That would be my recommendation, is that, you know, hey, here's where we're at with and a couple slides on the IRP and what pieces we're working on presenting and gathering, and then present that to the committee. And it really is a data collection exercise.
Right.
So it's nothing, and if we need more resources available, meaning like electricity, we have opportunities to enter into future power purchase agreements. We just don't have the need for that as a community right now. So if we change, if our load changes pretty drastically, or 5-10 years, we could look at adding on potentially another solar agreement as an opportunity, as one. But it's not like those opportunities are not out there.
Right, I think so maybe if I'm understanding, one of the things you're leading to is that the IRP is not the only time we have to look at some of the resources and stuff like that, but the IRP is a time frame and a resource for us to get a better understanding of the infrastructure and to keep it going. So if we say, here it is, but we need a little more time this report is what Western needs and we're okay.
Yeah.
But then we say, can we discuss other issues? We still have time to do that. We
Yes.
can do that at any time.
That's correct. Yeah. So the resolution, it's real clear. Review utility resource plans. The IRP is like, 2 birds, 1 stone kind of thing, because it's something we have to do as a hydropower customer for the federal government. And then it shows our electric resources, and so we can achieve that simultaneously. But it doesn't mean we can't go into other resource needs, water, electric, as a committee. That's within the committee's purview.
Right, so if something comes up that we want more detail on but isn't needed for the plan, then we can discuss that December, January, February type time frame.
Yep, that's correct.
Okay, that's what I was because I think it sort of came to be that we weren't seeing a lot of information except for, well, we'll get to that in the IRP. And so now we know that we can bring it up. We just have to find the best way to put it in an agenda item.
I think, looking at the fiscal year with Silver State, we start to get their budget in February, March, And so that's when they say, here's what you guys need for the year. And then we also have, WAPA does our scheduling. So they say how short we are or how long we were on the year to kind of get that. And so that's where I think is a good place to start for electric. And then for SNWA, we have a 5-year water operating budget plan. It certainly doesn't move as drastically as electric, and they're wanting us to see that kind of come down. We've based that on population, so it's just kind of very slight increases over time for potential growth. So those are the two mechanisms I'm seeing that we would look at resource plans.
So then do we want to, that's why I'm talking about it here. So
Yeah.
you might want to modify October to either say start or something, so we're not anticipating having everything in October.
Okay. So change the calendar to present to start draft, present slide to UAC.
Something like that,
Okay.
yeah. And then add those other two things that you talked about, because those are not on here, right? So the thing well, there's three. There was the WAPA, there was the Silver State, and the Southern Nevada Water Authority. So however you want to put that in, so we sort of know as a placeholder, right? We're going to do something in the fall or something like that related to that. Did I understand you correctly?
Yeah, and I'm thinking, I know the IRP has been the focus, and then like, hey, let's use that. There's not a lot of flexibility. We have to change that. That's data collection and reporting to WAPA. So I'm thinking that we use what goes into that, which would be, the Silver State energy data, and that's all they care about. But we're also caring about the water. So
Right.
go back and use our operating plan on water consumption, and then look at that and see, resource allocation. Do we have enough resources?
Right, so I'm just asking in to help with the goals,
Yes.
if we have a placeholder for that. So there's three things that are new that aren't on that listing right now that you're suggesting. So can we add those in?
Yeah, well, what I'm suggesting is that we shift from the IRP as the mechanism to evaluate resource plans and look at the Silver State energy budget, which is a financial budget but also includes energy with losses, and then the operating budget for water, and then we've got the phasing plan for the landfill and the permit, which is a 150-year permit. We could say, hey, we evaluate those are our three utilities and sewer with where are we at the size and capacity of our resources for our customer base.
Okay, so what you're saying is you want to change the objective. We probably want to keep, we know the IRP is one plan, so if we want to just take a line item that the IRP will be updated every 5 years and committee will review it, something like that. And then you put in what you've just stated in the objectives, that's going to be more of a yearly aspect.
Yeah, I'm just suggesting that the IRP is not something that it's not the only tool. It's going to be reported to Western, so for utility resource plans, let's look at another mechanism to report on that.
Okay, great. So what I'm saying is the objective and the timelines then will be modified to do that. You need to do that to make it more clear.
Yep.
Okay.
So is the committee okay with, the IRP would be presented to the committee and be a part of that, but it would be less, the committee's not making any advice on what goes into the IRP because it's a data collection report. You follow what I'm saying?
Yeah, the only thing that's advantageous on the committee looking at it is that we're just a second pair of eyes. And
Okay.
if there's something that, if there's some editing, then we can help you with that. It
Okay.
gives us an idea of what's going on. We give you a second eyes before it goes to the council, but you're giving us other tools to better follow the resource plans overall.
Yes, that's correct.
So that sounds great. So we just need to change the objective and the timelines to better understand what the city and the committee is expecting in certain periods.
Okay, very good.
And does that sound okay to everybody?
Yes.
Okay, so if you'll take a stab at that then, Joe, for the changes,
Sure.
then we can discuss it next time.
Okay.
Okay, I think that, anything else did you have on, Joe? Like, we took a little longer in the goals, I apologize.
No, it's all right.
Anybody else on the goals? Okay, so we will close out the goals. Item number 5, and we'll go to, and this is just an update. Item number 6, update from the utility director regarding water and power consumption.
Okay. Oops. I'll come up, have Josh get on the dashboard to show you guys the monthly consumption.
Well, he's getting that up there. The one thing, so under this, in the packet, so it's in the packet, you talked about the, and is what you talked about the flow-through rider for the electrical. So is that still part of this, Joe?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so we'll bring up the data and then we'll go through it that way. Okay.
Here, oops. So going into the dashboard for the month of August, you could see our total electric consumption, 32 million megawatt hours.
I'm sorry to keep on good, but so actually, this is actually the month of July.
The month of July, yes,
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
It's what was billed in August, but these are actual July numbers.
That's correct.
So the August number is correct, but the data is for July.
Yes, that's correct.
Sorry, just trying to clarify.
So you could see we're spiking with the season. So our residential customers are the majority of our usage with the 25 million. And then there's a little bit more in commercial, but this follows with seasonal cooling demands for HVAC usage. Even with a very temperate July, we had quite a bit of need for cooling, at the monsoon. So we did get a little bit of a break, but we were actually short on our projections from Silver State. So kind of getting into that. So if there's any questions here on electric, I can move to water next.
Well, really quickly, so what we're doing is we're doing water and electric on a calendar year.
That's correct.
So this is quarter 3, quarter 4 is October, November, December.
Yes.
Okay, just making sure I'm following properly.
Yep.
So how does this compare with August of last year? Do we have that information?
So we let's see. Ooh, nice. Oh, this is new. Very nice. Okay, so compared to August,
That's the annual.
okay, so we don't have months added in here yet, but that was something that was asked, to add the annual.
Okay.
So calendar year, you can see how we compared so far. Yep.
So we'd have to look, so yeah, because 21, well, did we start coming down last year? Yeah, we did, didn't we?
We did in our usage.
Yeah, so 20 was outrageous, and then comparatively, I'm not sure the word outrageous, sorry, but it was higher, and then 21, so 22 will be very interesting. So we have to wait for December, or the January, February, until we understand the year comparison.
Correct.
And so,
So but back on that other page where you had clicked on the August month, so you can't go back to the August of the previous year?
It's
Not yet, ma'am. I haven't built that into this.
Okay.
Because
okay.
you guys, last meeting, you guys said you wanted to see historical based on year, so that's what I did. But if you guys want to, like, historical, where you can filter out the months as well, I can add that in here.
if that's not too big of an ask, I think that would be very helpful, because comparing months would be advantageous, especially go back maybe a year or two.
Okay.
So that'd be great if it's doable. If it's too much, then we understand.
Okay, so if there's no further questions with electric, we can take a look at water, or we can move into the rider if that's amicable on the electric.
Can we take a quick look at water?
Yeah, let's take a look at water. So taking a look at water consumption. So you could see, and it's thousands of gallons, so that's of flow. That's what an MGAL is 1,000 gallons of flow. So you could see total potable consumption and total raw. So we're primarily, our demand is irrigation this time of year. And you can see where kind of our biggest customers are. Biggest customer base is the commercial water. So that, I believe, includes, let's see, residential water. You gotta scroll down, and then our second biggest one would be, looks like the golf courses, right? Yep. So we got financial amount as well as total usage.
So are we on, do we know, we're using quite a bit less this year so far in water too, right?
So we'll look at getting the comparison tool for previous years as well. That's kind of how we have electric. There's water, so you can see.
Yeah, I guess I was thinking electric when we were saying the difference. The water was, I think that was what was difference in 20 and 21, and the electric probably wasn't as much as the water was. So
We've modeled kind of that. You had that spike of 2020, which is probably a lot to do with COVID, and then you see we are coming down. So if we took kind of the rate at where we're at compared to 21, we're in quarter 3, so we're looking a little less than half. So I would say, or we're less than half. So I think we're in a pretty decent position as far as water and where we're at to the end of the calendar year.
yeah, that shows the first month in the third quarter. So you're a little bit over half of the year, and we're a little bit under half of the use, right? So
Yeah.
it depends on how bad this September is.
What does that orange line mean?
That's it, the orange line is just connecting the bar graphs. Is that?
No,
Oh, sorry.
the orange line is basically the consumer charge amount, so how much the consumer was charged. So basically, the red line on the graph is the billed usage, and then the orange line is what was charged on that usage.
Oh, so what was charged, but what was received?
Right.
What revenue received? Same,
Sure.
same thing, sorry.
Yep.
Make sure. Okay, I got you.
I'm confused. So in 2018, there was a lot more used that we didn't charge for. And then in 2019, we charged for more than what was used?
That's what the graph represents. For the reason for that is not something that I would know off the top of my head. I would have to talk to utility billing to investigate that. But as far as I know, I have no idea why that would be.
Well, the one thing that might be is that I think when Raftillis did their aspects and on their spreadsheet, it was like a 10% loss, and so it could be that the extra water is in losses that wasn't billed to the customer. Maybe am I? So I guess if the billing department would be, but there's some losses, and it depends on who gets charged for those losses, how those losses are paid for. If it ends up being the residential's, it's sort of where it's lost at, I guess. That's the question. Okay, Joe, thanks.
All right. So yeah, any feedback on the consumption report?
Do you have another one similar to this, or do you have the consumption for July sort of leads you into, for electrical sort of leads you into the other, account, or actually it's a budget, so I'm sorry, I'll let you talk about.
So for the,
Rider.
going into consumption, so our consumption for July and September, so the kilowatt hour wholesale cost was 7.308 cents for July and 6.228 cents for September. So for the power purchase rider, anything in excess of 6 cents per kilowatt hour is combined and distributed over a 12-month period for all customer accounts. So this basically puts a little bit of a break on the total cost from those particular months. So just to kind of give perspective, for the year, fiscal year, our electric costs are 7.3 million, and the electric cost for July, 1.6 million. So it's, it's nearly 1/5 of the total cost just for 1 month. So the idea that the power purchase rider, what it does is it takes those extra costs that it costs us for wholesale electric power and distributes that to all customers over a 12-month period.
So what you're talking about has nothing to do with what's up on the screen anymore,
No,
right?
yeah. with the-
Okay.
yeah.
So, but I'm still confused on what you just said. You kind of ran through it
I'm sorry.
kind
Okay,
of fast.
so here, bringing this up right here. So the city is billed monthly from our Silver State Energy Association, and so for our monthly bills of July and September, based on our consumption, the kilowatt hour charge is for July was 7.308 cents, and then for September was 6.228 cents.
You mean August?
September.
It'll be September's bill, but what
Yeah.
what they budgeted for August is what they theoretically, what the invoice was for in September, but it was August account. So basically, July and August were higher because we're in September now, right? So they sent us.
No, yeah, we're in September now, but August was 5.919 cents, so it was below the kilowatt hours because we had some of our power purchase agreements are flat based on a fixed percentage. So we used more power, but the cost of power was less.
Okay, I'm sorry.
In
So,
August.
yeah, I probably confused the issue by going with, the bill is for when we get our bill, that's for the month before. The data you were showing in August was for July.
Yes.
But what Silver State bills us is a budgeted amount for that month.
That's
So
correct.
what you're telling us, and is that July and September had higher months. That's what the information they had when they budgeted for it.
Yes.
And August did not. And so
That's
now we'll have
correct.
to find out if August didn't. So it just seems strange that August would have not had it and September does. It just seems strange.
And
Yeah, go ahead.
July was 7.038?
7.308 or $73.08 a megawatt hour.
Okay. And then what was September?
62.28 a megawatt hour or 6.228 cents a kilowatt hour.
So what you're saying is that on those 2 months, and anticipated for September,
Yes,
we've exceeded the 6 cents.
right,
per
or
kilowatt.
$60 a megawatt hour
Okay.
is another way to look at it. And so to recoup that spike in energy costs for those 2 months, that's the power purchase rider is what it's designed to do. So it was been in effect since 2002. It was a different kilowatt hour rate. At that point, it was 4 cents per kilowatt hour. For the current resolution, it's 6 cents per kilowatt hour. So it's to keep the operating costs of the utility in place for those high energy cost periods. So for this year, this fiscal year, we had 2 months of that. It's likely that we will have months of that for next fiscal year. And so we'll be able to bring that also to the committee. And so this rider is set to go into effect in October. And what we've done is calculated projected maximum fees for various customers. So for if you're a first-tier customer, as a residential, the most you'll see is $2.56 extra on your bill for 12 months.
So that is, how do I want to word it? Okay, so like I used 1,000.
Okay?
Am I going to pay $2.56?
No. So you're
Okay.
going to pay,
$1.75 or whatever?
Yep. yeah, so if you take everything in excess of 6 cents, so the 1.308 cents plus 0.228 cents, divide that by 12, that's the effective rider rate that you will pay. And everybody pays. It's one rate.
Okay, so say that again.
So everything in excess of 6 cents per kilowatt hour over a 12-month period. So 1.530 cents or 1.536, I think. And then that divided by 12 times your usage is what you would see on your monthly bill as a rider fee.
Okay. And now let's say August was under. Are we offsetting the increase by the months that we were under?
So we pay based on kilowatt hour, based on a budget from Silver State. So exactly what they budget us is exactly what we pay. They invoice us for exactly what's in their budget.
Okay. Not necessarily what we use.
Correct. So for example, go ahead.
But then you're gonna, but it gets balanced out later on somewhere in the months of the years. So if
Right.
it is less than 7.3 for the year, then somewhere it will be adjusted.
Well, the cost stays the same. So the cost is done and based on an annual basis on a budget. So WAPA does our scheduling. So if we were short in July, a number of megawatts. So then they extend for us, and then some months we're long. We're typically long. And so at the end of the year, the effective rate, that will get put into Silver State's budget. So we'll see that here based on your usage and the resources that you have. You have Hoover A, Hoover B, Salt Lake City area integrated projects, and most recently, solar from Townsite Solar. The rest is out in the market. So the market cost is what drove our kilowatt hour, total costs up for July and September, above what we would typically see, twice as high as what we saw last year. So in those months, so the rider fee is designed to kind of seat belt or cushion to put the brakes on all that coming out, so we can catch up with the revenue for the year, because we don't get that revenue coming back. The first tier customer is like 8.6 cents a kilowatt hour. So if we're charging 7.308 cents to purchase the electricity, that doesn't cover the operating costs for that month. So this is the way to kind of recoup that operation spike that we saw from the cost being so high in July.
Right. So the year, okay, yeah, you're correct. We pay the full amount of the year, based on what they budgeted, and the governmental rates, that's the way they do it. They have a carryover part that goes into the next year. So do we get like a carryover or something from the market rate so if it was less, it cost Silver State less than what they budgeted? How does that get squared away?
I believe that there is a shoring up,
Okay.
So And it's been typical that like we don't owe. It's kind of designed that like we get a small rebate, you know, instead of having to owe.
Rebate, I guess,
Or not a rebate, but get that a refund. You know, not a rebate, excuse me, a refund. So,
so we don't get a refund, they just take it out of next year's amount?
well, no, typically we would get, like, we would be long on the year, and that we would potentially get a refund if we were long. So,
Right, if we, well, we would usually, make sure I'm understanding, when you say long, we've paid more than we actually needed to.
correct.
And so then we would get a
Refund.
refund of some
Yep.
type. And that's what so that comes back at a different time.
Yes,
Okay.
We would get a reduction in the next year,
yeah, we get a reduction in the following year.
not
Well-
a refund.
Well, that's what I'm trying, so we get a reduction in some cost somewhere, and that's what, okay. It'd just be nice. So I understand, everybody's still learning. We haven't understood that process either, so maybe we can just figure it out another time when we start looking at resources, we can understand that better.
Right.
Because it is part of the budgeting process to understand how it works.
Sure.
Okay, so this, say, if I used the 2,000 and my fee was $2.56 a month, it
Yes.
would be over a period of 12 months,
Correct.
starting in October through to next October.
Yes.
Okay. I'm just trying to marry that to the fiscal year's budget.
Sure.
So we're recouping money that we spent this year, in this fiscal year, next year.
Right.
Which we really should be recouping it this year.
Next year, we could look at doing it on a fiscal year basis. So, you know, I decided that it would make sense to do this in line with when a typical rate increase would occur, which would be in October. So, to bring this to the customers, the resolution actually has it broken out each time. So, it would be a rolling 12 months, and then another rider fee would kick in September and be another rolling, since we pay exactly what's in the budget, you know, updating the committee to say, we're going to do this one time with a combination of those two in October for 12 months. It's likely that we'll have to do this again, and that we can, you know, look at the best way to manage that. If that's October to October, one time is the easiest. So that was how I thought it made
Yeah,
sense.
I agree with that as far as combining the 2 months. I was just trying to reconcile budgeting
Yeah,
for 1 year and having that recouped in the next year, and how that's all gonna come out in the wash, but that's a whole nother topic.
right.
So, thank you.
So so it's, make sure I'm clear and it's totally clear for anybody for anybody else, if anybody's listening, is that if you did use 200, if you use the 2,000 at $2.56, that would be 1 month's amount. So projection maximum rider, that would be the $2.56 is what you would pay per month for 12 months.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep. And then the second tier is simple again. Your maximum rider fee would be $5.12 as long as you stayed within that second tier. For tier 3, we've got about 12 customers that are 6 times higher than the highest tier 3 customer below that. So we excluded those customers for as outliers for this purpose, and we took an average excluding them, and we got to 5,559 kilowatt hours as the average tier 3 usage. It's quite the range, because you have a chunk of customers using in the 20,000 range, and then everything under all the way up to 4,001. And that's how we came up with the $7.12 as an average projected rider fee for any customer that's in tier 3. And then as you go down, your residential scheduled master meter charges, the same thing applies. It's that rate divided by 12. General service schedule, you have your your first tier just under $4, and then again, we took an average. And so we've got some pretty high customers there, and we didn't take outliers out for general service, because not knowing exactly what they're doing. And that's how we got the up to an average of 106 and 91 cents. And then for our large customers, because this is equally distributed amongst all users, you're going to see a higher rider cost. So, and then you got time of use. The hospital is one, they use 12,000 kilowatt hours typically a month. And then sports and field lighting, we just kind of put the rate, so that will have to be kind of picked up in, I don't know how sports and field lighting is billed, but this is to give the customer kind of a general idea. In the October utility mailer, when this will occur, it will go out to all the residents to have that information. There's 2 cycles of billed individuals. Most commercial customers are in the first cycle, so the commercial customers are going to see it on their bill first. Second cycle customers are the residential customers that come, in the 15th, that their bill starts on the 15th. They're going to start to see it the second half. So this goes into effect October 1 and recoups both July and September's excessive energy costs.
So in the mailer, then you're gonna explain that pretty much just what you said then, right?
Yes.
Because you need to explain that it's the 2-month based on and then you're doing 12 months. On this one, if you include this or something like it, the one thing I see right off the top is that I am a little confused. I think that you've got the word maximum, projected maximum. So is the 2.56 the maximum, or is it an average?
That's a maximum based on 2,000 kilowatt hours.
And then, but the 7.12 is an average.
That's an average, yeah.
So I don't know how to best change that title and just say projected, and take maximum out and not put anything in there.
Right.
Because somebody might think that the 7.12 is the maximum, and they calculate theirs and see it's not, then they would liable to see. So those 6 people you're talking about might say something.
Yeah, and we're expecting a number of calls, and so we're working out a standard script basically to have presented, so everything is succinct, clear, and repeatable, so nothing is like confused. Hey, you said this, and then I got this, so it's going to follow exactly what the resolution says, and will be able to be presented to customers, because I know it's may not be received any changes on the bill, but to know the purpose of this is to recoup the excessive costs that we paid for July and September, where our megawatt hour costs were above $60.
Right, and what you might do is say, when you say the 2 months, and say that this 256 or somewhere in this document, that it's based on the 1.536 cents that is being recouped.
Yes.
And that way, people can calculate it, and they say, okay, this is what it is, and this is why I'm charging.
We may even do $15 a megawatt hour.
Gotcha.
Because if that's but the kilowatt hour is what they see on their bills.
No, I
so-
think you're better off, the
Okay.
cents, because,
Cents.
the average person, they want to take their kilowatt hours, and so they're going to go back to their July month, because that's what I'm understanding. You're saying July, and then their September bill is what this is going to be, their usage, but that's,
We're not back charging anyone, so we're starting in October to October.
so
So-
you're going to charge this rider, this 1.5 cents to every energy we use going forward?
That's how it works, yeah. It's
Oh, I
for
misunderstood.
a 12-month period.
I'm really confused.
Yeah, when you say that, now you lost me.
I thought you were going to bill for say, my usage for July and September. We're going to take that calculation, figure out how much I should have paid, and then spread that out over 12 months. But
No.
instead, you're going to increase my rate for everything from October forward for 12 months?
So we're not increasing anyone's rate. It's a rider It's a power purchase rider that is recouped over a 12-month period.
Recouped, so I would
Yeah.
assume that that meant you were gonna take whatever my usage was in July and September and multiply it by whatever those cents per hour, and then just give me 12 months to pay it. But instead, you're adding a rider, so in my October usage, you're gonna calculate that usage and add the rider.
Right. That's right. Over a 12-month period.
Yeah, so you're gonna actually collect more.
Way more.
No, not even close. We're not even going to collect close to what we're not fully recouping everything. It's estimated $191,000 will be total based on the annual usage. We're talking $1.6 million, which was spent for energy usage for the month of July.
Yeah, but that's.
So you compare that to, that's $73.08 a megawatt hour. So you compare that to the total costs of energy for the year, 7.3 million. 191,000 doesn't even come close to recouping what the excess energy was used in the month of July.
Okay, make sure we're I'm not doubting your math, I'm just making sure we're looking at things equally.
Yeah.
So normally, we have the summer month is, what's the normal? Is that a 3? Have we been lucky enough to get a 3, or is it 4 and 5 normally that we would pay in July for power? So the last several years.
So
Okay.
I've got, this year opened in front of me because it's got town site solar, but what exactly is your question?
So the average bill that, the average amount that Silver State has to pay, so the average amount that Boulder City pays, so when we get our summary for what actually happens at the end of a year, so let's go back to like 21 or 20, something where we know what we were actually charged, what we actually, per kilowatt, how much it actually cost us. So for instance, it's gonna be, the average that, it costs per month, I think when we look at that summary we get, where you get every month is showing how much they charge us and how much capacity, how much energy we get?
Yeah, the budget?
No, not the budget. We get a summary, at least.
Okay.
Now I'm confused, because I'm not sure. The summary is, I'm hopefully based on what we actually used, and the budget is based on what we're gonna go forward. So historical data, I hope, is what we actually used and what we would have been charged if with the current charges. Now, it might be what we were charged, so I guess I need to find that out. Maybe we need to do this offline, but what I'm trying to understand is, if we normally, let's say we normally have the total amount that Boulder City pays is let's say it's 5 cents per kilowatt hour. But if you look at the totals, you'll see that, even on the budget, this is how much is projected Boulder City has to pay per kilowatt hour, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's say that it's normally 5 cents in July. So now this time it's 7.3. So it's 1.308 more than, or 2, I guess, because if we said it's 5, you're talking about the difference. We're not talking about 1.6 that we're trying to recoup. We're talking about the difference that we normally would have paid. So it's not 1.6. It's the difference of what a normal July would be and what this July was.
So the way the rider is structured, and you can, read it for yourself to interpret it. It's calculated per kilowatt hour over a 12-month period. So
I understand the
so-
writer, but I'm just want to keep an apples and apples. So the writer
Yeah.
says one thing,
yeah,
but to say that we're under collecting in a 12-month period, I don't necessarily see that. So I guess it would have to look at the
well, without a rate adjustment, without a rate increase, what the rider does is take what you would pay in excess in particular month, because your average costs are for the year, 4.9 cents a kilowatt hour, right, for the year. So for the months of July, it's 7.3, which is close to double that. on the average, close to double. So typical years back, it's been pretty flat. So there hasn't been a need for the rider to be activated. So this particular summer, energy costs were extremely high, and demand was extremely high. And so we have a certain amount of resources available to us, and then the rest we go out into the market to purchase. So the purchased amount of market power is almost half of what we pay for, but it's not half of what we use.
Right, but I think, make sure that, so what I would expect in my bill
Yeah.
is that, and it's gonna go up and down, so, in a winter month, I might be like, let's just say it's 500 kilowatts. So I'm gonna get 1.536 charged to that 500 as well as my regular.
No, you're going to get the 1.536 divided by 12 charged to that 500. Because it's distributed over a 12-month period.
Okay, so maybe that's where I misunderstood the one time.
So the
Okay.
rate is like whatever that value is. We've calculated the projected maximum monthly rider fee because it's distributed over a 12. We don't have annual billing.
No, I understand.
We have monthly billing. So to get it over a 1-year period, we have to bill it monthly.
No, I understand that. I was looking at it as saying, okay, if you would looked at your July and your September bill, you did this, we're gonna charge you that, and this rider is divided by 12, and so that's why I just had to get
I mean,
my head wrapped around the other way. I didn't quite understand the division of the 12 for the 1.5, misunderstanding, sorry. So now we're saying that this division of 12 is gonna be charged to each kilowatt hour you use that month, though.
Yep,
So
moving
that's
forward.
clarified.
Yeah.
Okay, so,
I'm still don't understand, because according to the ordinance, it says the total of that excess cost will be distributed equally among all classes of customers.
That's right.
So we should only be billing whatever that excess was for those months.
It's a per kilowatt hour cost.
Right. So for July, say we paid, in July and September, we paid 1.308 cents more per kilowatt hour. So wouldn't you go back to those months, calculate how much you should have charged over, add that rider to those months instead of
It's just
adding it to future months?
how do you collect it over a year's worth of time?
Well, if you know that, my usage was 2,000 over those 2 months, multiply that by 1.308 cents to come up to the amount that I was underbilled, and then divide it by 12.
I mean, we bill moving forward, so we don't go back
Well, you
into
bill
collections.
based on usage, right?
That's right. Yeah.
Okay, so it's the usage that you're trying to recoup, so it should be billed based on that usage, not on what I'm gonna use in the next year. That's gonna create excess,
It's based on cost.
yes.
So it's based on what the city paid.
Right, in
So-
July and
And
September.
Yeah.
So why not go back to the consumption that was used that created the extra cost in July and September, figure that out, and then bill it to the customer based on their usage? Let me turn off my electric for the next year so I won't have to pay.
Well, that'll just likely make the problem worse, but
Well, that's what I'm saying. So if we bill for what they used during those months, instead of billing on future use, we should be recouping the excess cost.
we are. We're recouping the excess costs over a 12-month period.
But not based on what the customer used.
The customer already used it, and it was spent in July and September. We've already paid
Right.
for those
You can
energy
back bill
costs.
'em. I mean, that's what you're doing, is you're
Yep.
back billing a customer.
No, we're not. It's not a back bill. It's a rider.
It's a rider moving forward. It's not a back bill. It's a rider moving forward. It's a forecast into the future. Because if we get to Deadpool in the middle of '23, that rider is gonna be problematic because we're gonna have to spot buy the electricity we're looking for. And that's what happened in July, is they went out on the spot market, opened and bought it, and it cost them a whole lot more money than what they had forecasted, because
Yeah.
we undershot what we were gonna use in that month.
I understand that. I just think we should be billing the customers for what they used during those months
We
that caused the
are,
increase.
we're gonna bill them for the next 12 months. It's called a level play plan.
Yeah, I just disagree with the formula being used, because I think it's a way of increasing the rate without getting a rate increase approved by council. So, but that's all I'm gonna say.
Okay.
Joe, the other thing is that the rider is also kicked in when you look at what your cost of distributing the electricity is versus the purchase cost.
Sure.
So if you guys get into, in '23, a contract that increases the salaries of the employees here in Boulder City, then we gotta go for a rider increase again, because now we just narrowed our spread in order to pay the individuals for working for what our cost per kilowatt is versus what it's gonna cost to get it to the houses. So we're chasing a ball down the street, and we don't know where the ball's gonna wind up stopping. And this is what had this same stuff happen at LA Water and Power, and it's not a rate increase, it's a rider adjustment, and that's a different animal. That's like when you have a major turbine or something break that's generating 2,500 meg, and all of a sudden it stops. You have to get that electricity from someplace else, and it's gonna be spot market, and you're gonna pay dearly for it. Well, Boulder City paid dearly for it, but now we gotta recoup that money to get our coffers filled back up.
Well, the one thing I think, if it helps, because I see both sides, so I agree with what's being said. But I think what the confusing point is, because I believe I've seen it in different rate aspects can be done, is you take the full amount that the rate doesn't recoup. So over in this case, anything over 6 cents, the rate doesn't recoup according to this rider. So let's say you collected $200,000. That is, so it's not the 1.6, because 1.6 is the total amount. The additional amount from 6 cents to 7.3 is only part of that 1.6. So let's just say it was $200,000. So then a way to look at it, and I think that's what's confusing, the way that the resolution states it, then it looks like then this is the way you have to do it, because it says build in the other way. But a rate that I think that some of us might have been confused on is that you could say, out of that 200,000, my portion was $30. And so I'm going to pay, then you divide the $30 by 12, and then you pay that as a rider. You just pay a amount that says this is your share of the amount that was owed. And sometimes, so some of us, that makes a little more sense. But the way the definition seems to read is that you're saying, no, because it is a rider, you're going to take that 12, you're going to take the cents, divide it by 12, and go forward. I'm just trying to explain this is why it could be confusing. And so it is going to be a little confusing to write it up and be ready to answer questions. If we're confused, I'm sure the average person is going to be confused also.
Yeah, I mean, the cost to do what you're saying to do would just drive everything up. That's a pretty arduous task to go back for each individual customer and calculate, how much each individual customer was over. And that's why the rider's not written that way. So it's written in a way that we paid X amount of cost, in these months, which was this amount over what we feel is a limit to what the current rate can sustain. And that right now is 6 cents a kilowatt hour. So, and those months, it happened twice, 2 months. So the way, if we did it how exactly the resolution said, it would be 2 separate rider fees, one for July and one for September. So to simplify, the process and really manage it, we're gonna do one. So, and then that's calculated out based on excess energy costs in July and September. We'll be able to look at this moving forward. It's likely that energy costs are gonna remain seasonally high and that we'll have issues in the summer months. But, you know, we're pushing forward a new rate study to kick off in the beginning of FY '24.
But
So-
it might be good, though, to put this as a agenda item somewhere down the road, to say what we might wanna do associated with the budgeting process.
Okay?
So, cause you're saying, so let's say that it's 7.3 again next year. So we could just say, we're gonna take the writer and put it on how it's coming out. We'll start from July, cause we know that's when it's gonna happen. So I don't know if we can do that with the way the definition's written, but if we know the budget in advance is definitely gonna happen, then let's see what we can do to discuss it during the budget timeframe.
Certainly. Yeah, and we, you know, with typical rate adjustments and when they occur is why the October timeframe was chosen. Is, hey, this is when a rate, to my knowledge, historical rate increases have happened in October. So if it's just to be consistent with that methodology, even though this is not a rate increase, it's a power purchase rider that kicks in and from 2 months, but in October.
And just so we're clear, so it's on record, this is the wholesale rate of purchased electricity for the months of,
July and September.
okay, so
Correct.
that's on record, so if anybody questions it, and then we have our overhead, which is our distribution boys and our electrical guys and the overhead administrative and everything else, that gets tacked on there, and that's what we come up with as our final rate per kilowatt hour to charge the consumer.
Right.
But because our amount of cost for those 2 months went up above the trigger number,
Yeah.
okay, this is why we're having to collect it forward. And for everybody that's listening or wants to hear about it, we've got very, very good electric rates, but we're preparing for the future to where we don't wind up going into shock.
Right. Well, that's update. If there's any other questions or comments on this item, we can move on.
Anybody else? Okay, thank you very much. So we will close out item number 6, and we will go to item number 7 for possible action, discussion, and possible staff direction regarding potential agenda items for upcoming utility advisory committee meetings.
We've already got that.
So, I guess I can start it off by, or if you wanted to start it off, Joe, with what your thought was for October?
Sure. So for October, I know we had talked about rate workshop. I'm proposing that we have a regular business meeting. There's an opportunity to get a presentation on community solar from the executive director of the Clean Energy Fund, Kirsten Stasio. So I'd like to have her on the agenda, present that to the committee before her presentation to council. And then any other kind of items that, you know, you see fit on to have on the agenda, I'm open to.
Well, the only other thing that we could do, so before we get into agenda item, but I think we still have here, is that, make sure I'm understanding, and not trying to put you on the spot, Greg, but at one point you had believed that the workshop gave us a little more leeway. The one we could do, like we've done in the past, we could do a workshop, or we'd have to probably do it backwards. We would do a regular meeting, so then we could have presentation in the city be, get everything done early, and then do a workshop, close the regular meeting, and then open a workshop. But I guess we'd have to make sure that legal has it. If we word the agenda properly, we don't need to have it as a workshop, we can have it as a regular agenda item. So I'm here, so what do you think, Greg?
This has been the first regular meeting that is a hybrid of a regular meeting and a workshop, because we have a way to discuss because of the broad scope of what our agenda items are. So I am fine with this. If we continue going forward this way, then we've got no problem. But the thing is some of the things we witnessed tonight were actually a shock to a lot of the committee members, because we don't have the updated data, even with the latest printouts and the latest computer data. We don't have what we were discussing on some of the items tonight because we were in the dark. So that's one of the things why if we have a workshop, we're not going to be in shock when we go to a regular meeting and we discuss this stuff, because we're already aware of what's coming forward. So as long as we're able to discuss in an open forum like we did tonight and meet the parameters and follow the guidelines of the agenda, I say we just go like what we're doing.
So I guess with that, so does anybody else have any, does everybody okay with a regular meeting? Okay, I'm seeing shaking of heads, so we will, so the regular meeting then is fine. We will, I think the best thing to do is put the rate at the end. That way we can, if we end up having any major discussion, we can finish the discussion just with the committee members and not hold any, except for Holly. We won't hold any, the three of you would be held, but nobody else would have to be held for a longer period. So does that make sense, Joe?
Sorry, yep, that's fine with me.
So we
Have
would,
the rate discussion at the end of the agenda.
so what we would do then, do we want to, to make it easy, can we just start like we had been doing in the past, just look at next agenda real quick? We would just do the minutes. And then, do you want to do the ongoing? We need the capital, 5-year capital, because we need to see what the city council thoughts were on their draft, right?
Yeah, I think we did a pretty heavy-duty update on the ongoing now, so if you want to leave that off with the rate discussion being the largest chunk of our discussion, you'd mentioned spending some time on that.
Right, I was saying if we do the capital, so that way we have, see, she can go. So do the minutes, and then Eileen is pointing out, do the presentation first, so she's
Yes.
doesn't have to sit through. And then we could forego the ongoing capital. Does everybody have concerns with that? So so as you said, we can forego the ongoing capital, but we need to look at the 5-year plan. So I think the way we have the 5-year plan written in this agenda could just use the same wordage, I believe, right? Verbiage?
I believe so.
Okay, so that would be the, well, is there anything else that the city wanted to do in October?
Joe, you'd mentioned expanding the rebate program, doing a discussion on that.
Right, either October or November, that I'd like to get to you guys some information on where we are with the IRP data collection and that report. I think, that could be combined or it could be just in a utility director update. I can kind of reword that to align it with the rebates and the IRP progress, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Do you need anybody from staff for that?
I shouldn't, just, what we have here, our core. Mm-hmm.
Because that's what I'm just trying to make sure we get that, anybody that besides the core, get everything out of the way first. It shouldn't be a really nasty one, but the rate could take some time.
Okay.
So we got the presentation, we've got the capital, then we're gonna have, then I guess you're just saying my understanding between you two, is that we're doing a director update, and that will be included with that. Your director update would include the IRP and that aspect.
Yes.
Okay. So that's just going to be an update. There would be no major we could have discussion, but there's no action on that. I guess there is, so as far as that goes, I don't think any action is needed then. Am I missing anything?
Did you guys want to do action on the rebates and have input into that? I recommend we agendize that separately then.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's probably better.
Okay,
Yeah, thank you.
let's keep the regular director update on consumption, and then we'll kind of keep retooling that to make sure we're presenting the information that's desired.
Okay, so yeah, the IRP, so this would be related to the rebates and IRP. Probably wouldn't be that bad, but just like a draft data for the IRP and rebates, something like that. And possible action. And then we would have then, I guess we still probably want to do do we want to have the agenda at the very end after the rate, because that's still among us, or do we want to do rate at the very end? Because I think having the future agenda is handy.
Sure.
So I guess we can just do that at the end, because then if we come up with something during the rate process, it gives us an idea what we need to do. So the rate would be,
6?
yeah, and then 7 would be your possible action. So is that how many we're up to? We're up to,
And then 8, public comment?
well, if we went through the goals quickly, we could, but do we want to go over the goals again, or do we need to save time and drop that one for this month?
I think, to keep the rate discussion, that's going to be a big meaty topic with the presentation. I'm thinking, let's forego the goals and the ongoing CIP update,
Right.
and till November.
I can do that. So you okay with that, I think? Okay, so the committee agrees. So we've got minutes, we've got presentation, we have 5-year. Okay, thank you. And now we're changing that to be, no, but this one we changed.
Okay, so I got the minutes, presentation, 5-year CIP, director update. We're going to have 4 possible action on rebates, the rate discussion, 4 possible action, agenda, and then public comment.
Okay,
That's it.
Don't we need public comment after the first line item?
the first one is public comment, and then we have public at the end. We have 2,
Public comment, minutes.
yep, minutes, presentation, 5-year plan, director, rebate, then agenda, future agenda. And then the rate. Rate. Now that's gonna be the tricky thing, is to try to, word that so we have full range of discussion.
Yeah, and I'll take what's in the resolution, and use that language.
I'm not
For
sure the
possible action.
resolution has that spelled out. We put it in the goals more. The resolution has review rates every 2 years. We are going into a large, because the big thing that I'm looking at is trying to understand budget and rates and rate structure and
Okay.
possibly resolution. So if I can get that all combined without taking up a whole lot of time, it's a several step process, I'm afraid. So I want to get started, so we want to word it in a way that allows us the most leeway as possible. And
Okay.
I'm not sure that the resolution has that.
All
So,
right.
okay, maybe you and I think can discuss it more and make sure it's there. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, yeah. But luckily, the presentation, do you expect that to be half an hour max?
Yeah, 10 minutes and with questions.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
half hour total.
So so we should be okay. We would, because like I said, I imagine we'll need, it could take, just so everybody's aware, it could take 2 hours for the rate process. Yeah. So, but we'll have a better idea once we get the PowerPoint done and any of the spreadsheets done. Okay, now then just a quick look going forward, if we can go back to the goals really quick. So in November, we would be looking at, is it the November the final IRP, or is it the December the final IRP or draft?
December, sorry.
But I mean, that we would do it. Do we want to put that in November, or do we want to put it in December?
I think December would be fine, timeline-wise, and then to still have it be submitted to Western at the end of,
So we would do ours, council would do we would do our advisory if there was any, just to be a second pair of eyes. And then, the council approves it, and so it'd be, everything should fall out. We'll just look at the calendar in November to make sure it's not a or to October, we'll make sure there's not a problem with how it lines out.
okay,
And so I guess that would be December. So what are we looking at? What are we looking at in November? Just as a top, just not the whole agenda, but make sure that we're understanding what we're sort of looking towards.
just kind of what, if we don't have anything on, we can, I don't know if we need to, we'll just go with our standard director update. We can go ongoing CIP. So I think we can.
Okay, or
That's fair.
actually, November is our final look at the the 5-year before it goes to council. Because it goes for a tentative approval in December, in November, what I saw, November 22nd is what I understood.
I'll get those calendars to you.
So we would be able to, so I think, well, that's November. October is 2 of the meetings. November is yep. So I think we would want to have it, we'd need to bring the 5-year back on. Okay, well, we'll have it in November. I'm not trying to I'm just trying to get an idea, but we might want to have everybody think about if we need more time, whether we stick at that in November, December, or January to put additional rate aspect, because then the future will be an IRP for that, for a consultant, and what do we want to include? So I think the more we understand it, the better we can do an IRP, not IRP, request,
Okay.
request, sorry. So I think the more we understand, the better off we will be. So there's a lot of data. Okay, anything else on the agenda item? Okay, so then we'll close that out. Item number 7, close it out, and we'll go to public comment period. Again, the number is 702-589-9629. And just one final, so there was no phone calls, no emails or anything for the final comment period, right? Okay, thank you. Okay, one more time, the phone number is 702-589-9629. Okay, not hearing any comments, we close the public comment period, and I will adjourn the meeting at 5:26.
All right.
Thank you, everybody, for attending. Thanks.